Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick all have puzzled looks on their face.
Well, I'm worried that the spot that I plug my headphones in has now become a bad spot, but it seems like it's fixed.
Just press
now.
the button.
It seems like it. No, it wasn't that issue.
The
it was
button always
It was
gets
only
pressed.
in one headphone.
Yeah, how
That
does
could be a headphone
why
issue.
does the button ever get pressed?
I don't know. Nobody should ever be pressing
Great
the
question,
button.
John.
I
Great
asked
question.
the same
Maybe
question about some of my
Maybe
buttons.
it's when you pull the jack out, like your fat fingers just accidentally
Maybe,
touch it.
I guess, yeah.
Something
But
like
I've
that.
always wondered why people would mess with the button because the
Sometimes
button mutes
buttons
it.
get pressed. That's what you guys
But
told me
why?
the other day.
Yeah, but that's like one of those real hard click buttons. It's not like
Yes.
one of these buttons. I mean, it's a button. It's a
Hmm.
button and get it pressed.
Who are we rooting
Yeah.
for? White Sox?
Oh no, whoever they're
No,
playing.
Cleveland,
No,
baby.
we don't want
Oh,
Cleveland.
sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Happer. We're rooting for Cleveland.
No.
We're rooting for history.
History
happens
Thank
here.
you.
Let's go.
History happens
John,
here.
hater of Nicky Lopez. Interesting.
I like
John
Nicky
hates
Lopez.
the Jays.
I like Nicky Lopez.
the
does,
truth
actually.
finally comes
He actually
out.
does hate the Jays. Or the
Weird.
no, he hates the Royals, sorry.
No, I'm just
Nicky Lopez
I just,
plays for
I'm
the
just
White Sox.
truthful about the Royals.
Did you know that, Josh?
No, I had no idea.
Nicky Lopez is of the White Sox.
Yes.
He used to be of the Royals.
Yes.
I remember
him
he had a
And
home
then
run and it
and then
wasn't
they
on TV.
Coldly got rid of him.
Coldly.
Like the cold-hearted bastards they are.
They traded him to the
Bastards.
Atlanta Braves.
Jon Snow. You
Well,
know
I guess that
nothing.
was at the time it was a
Royal
good deal for
Snow.
him because the Royals weren't good
Mm.
and the Braves were.
Yeah.
Now, in hindsight, it's even worse because now he's with the White Sox.
Bobby
Very-
Witt Jr. is carrying the Royals.
He
Happer, did
is.
you
He's
hear?
doing a lot of heavy lifting.
So did you
He's
hear our
so
interview with
good.
Farron yesterday?
I did.
First of all, did you know it's not pronounced Honus Wagner?
Yeah, that was a thing a couple years ago.
Yeah.
I must
Honus.
have mixed it.
Yeah.
Like almost like a Hans.
I don't think
I'll
you're.
still say Honus. If
Device?
documentaries call him Honus, then I'm going to call him Honus.
Okay. Well, so like if you watch the old, who is the guy who made the
Ken
documentary?
Burns.
Ken
Yeah.
Burns.
Ken
But
Burns
that was in the
baseball, they say
90s,
Honus.
right? Or the early 2000s? It was a
The
long time
90s.
ago.
Yeah, but because it was.
You know what
Ken-
else they said in the 90s?
But because it
Huh?
was Ken Burns'
Yo.
documentary, they didn't focus
Okay.
much on it because it was all about New York and Boston. It was all.
Wait, was it really?
Oh, they mentioned the White
It
Sox
was
a lot.
pretty. It was very heavy East Coast.
Was it?
Yes.
I never watched the whole thing. I saw some of
It's
it in
good.
history
I
of
mean,
sports in
It's
college.
good, but
I
man, they
love that
spent a lot of
documentary
time
series.
on New York and Boston, and it's natural for New York because they were good for all those years. But
People forget 27 world championships.
yeah,
Yep, that's right.
They've been stuck on that 27th for a while, though.
2009. is
longest
all.
drought.
They're like the
Yeah.
Cowboys now.
Not really.
The Cowboys, the
It's not
Yankees.
even
The
that
Yankees
long.
won
And
World
the
Series in
Habs.
2009.
It's almost
Cowboys haven't won one
1995.
since the 90s.
It's almost since 19.
Okay, fine. The Habs then. They're at 90.
1989.
I thought it was 92 or 93.
Oh,
See, the worst part
We're
about them
close.
is they suck every year.
The Canadians?
Yeah, they're
hey, that's my team.
It's John's
Aren't they
favorite team,
bad?
Happer, you
and the
cold-hearted.
Jets.
Say sorry to John right
They
now.
are-
Sorry.
1993 was their last championship.
Apologize.
Happer, their last division championship was 2017.
yeah, that's a long time.
And their last good season, let's see, when did they last make the playoffs? Scroll.
They were in the playoffs when
2021. They lost in the conference finals. It was
Okay,
2
they got
years
to the
ago.
conference finals. That's good.
They didn't qualify the last 3 years, though. Yeah.
Stinky.
And then the best franchise in the NBA just won another title, so that's annoying. They have the most.
Who's it?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right.
what are we
We're going
looking
to
Shut up,
Banner
John.
19.
Shut up, John.
What are we looking at for droughts right now? Who's the next curse to be reversed?
The
Well, obviously-
Arizona Cardinals
Yes.
still have the
Yeah.
longest drought.
the OG.
Yes.
Kyler
with
Murray
with
almost
Cleveland,
beat Josh Allen.
Cleveland Guardians close
'cause he's
behind.
good.
The Cleveland baseball.
They're-
Fans.
they are
no.
the-
Yes.
Check the Cardinals. Check the Cardinals.
They've never won.
No. Yeah, they did. They did in the 40s.
What?
Yes.
Are you sure?
They
won an
Chicago
NFL championship?
Yes.
The Cleveland baseball franchise is
There's-
definitely
I think
the
there's-
number one.
Are
Right?
they 46? Isn't that when Cleveland last won? 48?
Oh, I don't.
48.
48.
48 is Cleveland.
Yeah. And we're also forgetting about the Lions. When did the Lions win? In the 50s?
50s.
50s for the Lions.
Where the hell is it? Jeez.
You know, the 49ers haven't won a title more recently than the Dallas Cowboys.
Interesting.
1947 is the
Wow, I had no
Cardinals.
idea.
Well, that was after the war.
they were so they've got Cleveland by 1 year.
What about like a being in the finals drought? Do we have any of those going on right now?
Well, I mean, that's what was wild about the Cubs,
Yeah, they
is
had
that they
never
hadn't won
been to
since
the World
08, but that
Series.
they hadn't been since 45.
Yes.
By the way, somebody brought up the Maple Leafs. They last won in 1967. They've not
Whoops.
won the conference since then either.
Wow. Okay, so that's got to be the longest.
Because the
of
Guardians
those,
have
right?
made it back many, many times, sadly.
The
for
Guardians
next
have
year.
been to the World Series at
multiple
least
times
twice.
in
Well,
our lifetime.
Yeah,
2016,
okay,
1997.
So you're asking just being in the championship?
Yeah, being in the
The
final.
Lions would be up there because they haven't been to I mean, they've been to the NFC.
Remember, they
but-
made the NFC title last year for the first time in their history.
I know.
No,
yeah.
second time. They got beat
Well, that's
by
right, in
Washington.
1991. Yeah, you're right. Good call, John.
But in terms of being in the final game,
Yeah.
it would have been the last time they won it. So what was that 57? I believe it's 57.
That's got to be one of the longest ones that we have.
Now you're going to make me go through the Rolodex.
So the new teams don't count.
No.
The new teams
Well, they
don't.
count if they've been around long enough. I
That,
guess they
okay,
would.
that's
Yeah,
true.
yeah.
Yeah, like the Nationals.
Yeah, is there any other baseball teams that haven't been to, what are we asking? Have they been to the final series of it all?
The World Series.
Well, Odson says the Mariners have never won the AL. Does that count? Or are we doing?
That is true.
Yeah.
They've never.
But the Mariners,
the Mariners.
77. Mariners have been around since 77.
I want to say that's fairly recent, and yet it's almost 50 years, so it's really not that recent anymore.
Yeah, 50 years is a long time, Josh.
It's a long time. Imagine being over 50.
Oof, tough look.
It would be like I'd feel decrepit and old
Yeah.
with a cane.
Okay, so real quick, it's not Baltimore. It's
Would you
not
get a
them, it's
cane
not them,
sword?
it's not them.
No, I wouldn't get a cane sword.
I'd get a cane sword.
When's the last time Baltimore was in the World Series?
83.
Okay.
Wow, that's a long time.
A lot of
41
sports
years.
in this crossover.
Sorry, Nick.
This is
Base-
fun,
This
though.
is what you want. This
This
is
is
fun. I like
baseball.
baseball.
This is
Been in
basically just guys being
Marlins,
dudes.
This is guys being dudes.
Mets.
Yeah, instead of naming
Phillies,
players, we're naming
Nationals,
teams.
Reds, it's been 1990.
Wow, so
John,
they've
you're
only-
good. at the World
Brewers.
Series stuff.
Brewers 82.
Milwaukee.
Is the Twins is what that 93? When did they last
Correct.
make it? 93?
No, it was
91.
91.
Yeah.
91.
Is that the one where they had the game 7 where the guy pitched 10 innings and
Mhm.
only allowed a
No,
hit?
No, he didn't go, but it was scoreless into the 12th inning.
Oh, okay. Didn't he pitch 10? Didn't he pitch all of them?
Oh, Jack Morris?
Yeah, didn't I thought he had a game where he
Wasn't
pitched
that
a lot
in
of
He might have
games?
gone 10 in that
Wasn't
game.
that in Game 6?
No, game 7.
And
Game
then
6 was Kirby
Puckett.
Puckett.
Okay,
Game
I flipped
7
them. I
was
flipped them.
scoreless until the, 12th or 13th, which in my opinion
Is that the best baseball game
is
ever?
the best game 7. I know.
Wow, John, not being a
I mean,
homer.
it's not my favorite, but in terms of because that game, because remember, the Cubs were leading game 7 for a long time.
Yes, and then
then they came back. I mean, it was,
and then there was the rain delay.
and then there was a rain delay.
In our life, how many World Series Game 7s have we seen?
You and I?
Yes.
So let's go with your life. You were
So
born in-
92.
All right. Well, so the ones off the top of my head that I can remember for sure.
01.
Well, I was going to say 97 was the first one
Well,
that 97. 01, 02 for the Angels and the Giants.
That did go 7.
The Angels with the
Yeah, the Thunder Sticks.
Thunder Sticks and the
Yeah.
Rally Monkey.
Rally
Let's
Monkey.
see. The next one that I can remember. The next one I can remember is Cards and Rangers. Is there
That-
anything in between there?
Did that go 7?
It did. The
Yes.
home run that says we'll see you tomorrow
Yeah,
night
David
Yeah.
Freese
or we'll see you later
was in
tonight was game
6.
6.
Yeah.
14, obviously.
Yeah.
14, 16,
We haven't had have we had a game 7 since 14?
16.
And
Is
16?
Oh, said 16. Sorry.
that the last one?
Yeah.
No, wait.
No.
Didn't one of the Astros?
No, did Rays Dodgers
The
go
Rays
7?
one? Yeah, the COVID.
Did Rays Dodgers go 7?
I don't know.
What
It's
about
almost
the
like it
what about the
doesn't count.
Astros Dodgers?
I think that went 6.
Did I go 6? I thought one of those World Series around that time.
The World
went
Series
7.
are so not memorable because they only include the Astros, Dodgers, and
It's going to be the
Red
Astros again
Sox.
today, isn't it? Or this year, isn't it? By the way,
Not
Jack Morris, I
necessarily.
was looking this up now. So yeah, Game 7 In
Nats Astros went 7.
Nats Astros was good.
Remember
Nats
the meme?
Astros went
Yeah.
7. Astros Dodgers went 7. Cubs Indians went 7.
There we go. Reading Wikipedia, in a postseason performance for the ages, the 36-year-old hurler threw 10 innings of shutout
10,
baseball against the Braves as the
Yeah, it
Twins won 1-0. What a game.
Beautiful game.
Oh, it was great.
That had to be the most stressful baseball game of all time.
It was
So
amazing. The
intense.
Braves, I think, had second and third with nobody out and couldn't score. Oh, it was so good.
So intense.
It was
I love
so good.
Playoff baseball.
It's
was
pretty
so
cool.
I'm so ready to feel it again.
It's so stressful.
Give me the pain.
It's so stressful.
Give me the pain.
Pain boy.
Yep. Can't wait to have a horrible, horrible 3-game series in Baltimore in a couple weeks.
I'd be okay if I were to do my ranking. Maybe we could do this, John. There's some baseball content for the folks before the playoffs when we have the teams. Rank the teams you'd be okay with winning the World Series. 1 through, 16 teams now? How many teams make it? 14?
14.
14 teams. 1 to 14. Who would be the
Or is
number
it-
one
no.
and who would be all the way down at 14?
Oh, it's only 12.
Oh, it's 12.
12?
It's only 12. I'm thinking
Okay.
the NFL.
We'll do 1 through 12 of the teams would be okay. Baltimore would be high on my list. I'd be okay if Baltimore won the World
But
Series.
they'd have to beat Kansas City to do it.
Well, yeah,
Josh.
the Royals
You
would
love
be-
the Royals.
I do. The Royals would be my number 1 team. I would be rooting for the Royals.
Sick.
Root for the
Royals.
Disgusting.
If they don't win, it's a shame. I'd root for the Royals.
John, the Cubs are only 4 games out.
There you
So-
go.
Oh,
Right?
no, we're not making the playoffs.
Okay. Well, then root for the Royals.
No.
Why?
Why-
They don't
why
have an effect.
should I?
They're a
You want
Midwestern
your Brad
team.
Connor to be happy, don't you?
Midwest,
You've
John.
already been happy. It's time
You've
for us-
already been
it's time-
happy.
It's time to share the happiness
You've
with
both,
others.
You've both been happy.
It's time
already.
for those poor Yankee fans to finally
what about
feel
me?
You want Mike Schaefer to be happy?
So-
we don't want the
Oh,
Guardians.
I do want the
So-
Guardians.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Happy wife, happy life is number 1, but Mike Schaefer's happiness would easily be my number 2.
The Mariners aren't making the
He
playoffs.
always goes for long walks with his dog after these losses.
No.
I want him to go for
Remember
a happy
Schaefer's
walk.
rant about how he wasn't
Short
happy
walk.
for anybody last year? We have the chance to repay him with it this year. No, I do not root for Mike
You
Schaefer's happiness.
and you. Oh, that reminds me.
I
I
have
send him
no
the link.
warmth
such
in my
a
heart
hater.
for you or you
Such
or
a
you.
hater.
Absolutely not.
You don't even have. He was talking about other NFL fans, though. He doesn't care
They're
about
in
baseball.
my division. I don't want them to win the World
Division.
You're
Series.
fine.
And I don't like what they represent. They have a bunch of garbage players
Wow.
with one good player, and they haven't even
Oh, you
been
mean like the Royals?
No, the Royals have a bunch
Wow.
of fine players with one great
Fine players
player.
on many sides, John. Fine players.
And they have good pitching.
They have the best shortstop since Hannes Wagner.
Yeah.
Apparently.
That's what they're saying.
Honus.
Yep.
Mr. Honus.
Remember the baseball card, Nick?
Yes.
Have
I
you
have
seen
no
the
joy
baseball
in
No,
card?
that.
I-
for Mike
I
mean,
Schaefer.
Kansas.
I'm looking at
You
other
picked the
players.
wrong team. Kansas City has had it too good. Do you want Kansas City to
Too
turn into
good?
Do
Boston.
you want
That's a
Kansas
good
City
point,
to
John.
turn into the new Boston?
Yeah, where that kid is like, I bet 800 per
Yeah,
I hate
no,
that kid.
We can't
It's
have
been
this.
10 years.
Not for the city. It's
That's-
been like 10 months.
Yeah.
Not even.
Oh, that doesn't.
Sorry, you have the
That-
Chief
no,
stink
that
on
does
you now.
not-
Yep.
count.
Chief Stink is on you.
It's all over you.
all-
Bathing it, Happer.
the Venn diagram of Royal fan and Chief fan is a perfect circle.
Handshake emoji
That does
with
not
a little
count.
with a little wart on the side representing Connor.
with a little wang in it.
He's-
Wow.
He's just the Royal guy. He's not the Chief guy.
How do we feel about
I
the
don't care
Mets
about those
winning?
guys.
How do we feel about the Mets winning the World
That'd be
Series?
No.
fine. I'd be
Yeah,
fine.
I'm with
No,
Happer on
I
this
can't
one.
because A, it's the Mets, and B, Michael Severe gave up on them.
He did give
he
up
did
on
quit
them.
baseball altogether.
He did, didn't he?
Why
Very
do you?
sad.
He'll
why,
be here on Friday.
Why do you hate the Mets?
We used to have a great rivalry with the Mets.
Yeah?
I actually hated the Mets more than the Cardinals when I first started
Whoa,
watching
wow.
baseball.
John also hates every baseball team that's not the Cubs. He doesn't appreciate like
This is true.
He
and
can't,
yet
like,
he roots
appreciate-
for the Guardians.
yeah, that's pretty great. No, we like the Guardians.
Why are you rooting for the
Schaefer,
Guardians?
because of Schaefer.
No.
He is so sad.
And also, the White Sox are going to keep losing, and we want them to
Oh
win.
my
so
gosh,
the White
it's
Sox
5-0.
lose.
That's hilarious. I love
You
Mike
guys
Schaefer.
are sick.
I want him to have one
Do
title.
you not want them to lose?
I'd rather
No,
him
I
have.
want
I know
the
you don't,
Guardians to
but-
lose today so the Royals can catch them.
So
But
Connor
history,
Happer
Happer. History.
I don't care.
Connor
They
Happer
already
here
suck.
for seeing more happy Travis Kelce.
Oh.
I want happy me.
'Cause you
all I
know-
care
'cause
about is me.
Hmm.
That's all I care about.
Happer, how would you feel
Much
about?
like John Bishop, who now for some reason has decided that he cares about somebody else, but it's not me.
Happer, how
I'm
would you?
confused by this.
But you've been happy.
I have been happy 10 years ago. It's time to be happy again.
Mike Schaefer's never been happy.
Schaefer will have
It's
his
been a
time.
bag of miserableness.
I think
Seriously,
in
he's
bag
never
of
got
misery.
the last title for his fandom was Nebraska football, and he was a tiny baby Schaefer.
I'll
back
be
then.
honest. Part of this is a guilt
baby
because
Schaefer.
we stole his joy from him.
Oh, you
Okay.
And I do feel bad.
I'm glad you
I
admitted
didn't
that.
want. I
dude, you
really
didn't steal his joy. You
want-
stabbed him in the heart.
Yeah, the best game 7 of all time.
I-
Second best behind the
Yeah.
Twins. Braves one.
I didn't want to play Cleveland. I didn't want to play Cleveland.
Who did they beat in the ALCS that year?
Texas,
You
right?
wanna play the
In the 16 ALCS.
No, or Toronto.
Gosh, I don't remember.
Toronto.
It would have been probably Toronto.
I think it was
Yeah.
Toronto.
Oh, sorry.
But so part of this is guilt on my part. I want him to finally be happy because it seems like every time I mention 2016, he thinks I'm picking on him.
So this
Well-
isn't John caring about another person. It's still him caring about himself. He just wants
Yes,
to feel
yes,
less bad.
just like
He's
Connor.
trying
I'm
to give
caring
away
about
the
myself.
martyr baton.
I'm taking care of myself
The
first.
sports fandom martyr baton.
Wow, we have a lot of martyr batons.
You had Aroldis Chapman on your team. You should feel bad about that.
Oh, you should,
John.
John. You
Feel
should,
horrible
Why?
you
about
should
that.
apologize.
Why?
Apologize now, please.
Why?
Because he's a bad man. Bad
Why?
guy.
Because he gave up that home run to Rajay Davis?
No, other things.
Was that the home run? Oh, wait, was that
Yeah.
2016? What was the one that he gave up in 2019 that turned
That
into
was
a
to
meme?
Jose Altuve.
That was hilarious.
Yeah.
That look on his face when
He
that
just
ball.
stared off into space.
Yeah.
Man, that guy has given up some pretty bad home
He
runs.
has,
hasn't he?
hasn't he?
Uh-huh.
He has. He's given up
Otson
some-
points out that you had Aroldis Chapman on your team, Connor.
Oh!
That's true, but we traded him. We turned him into Cole Reagans, who is my shining star, my baby
Oh,
boy.
Reagan is your shining star.
Yeah.
What
That's
about
nice.
Bobby Witt?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's another
pick a
one.
player.
I have many shining stars.
You can only have one shining star.
Yeah, you
That's why it's a shining star.
I
The
was
rest
very
are
happy to
stars.
turn
It's not just another
Aroldis
star.
Chapman, the horrible Aroldis Chapman, into Cole Reagans, who's a tiny, sweet baby boy.
Mm.
Will never do anything wrong.
Oh.
I'm surprised you didn't name your daughter Colette after Cole Reagans.
Colette.
Colette Happer.
That's a weird name.
Yeah.
Sorry. No
I went to
offense.
college with somebody named Colette.
Sorry, Colette's out there.
That's a very Colette. That's a small town Iowa name for a girl.
I don't know if I think she was from Nebraska.
Well, there's small towns in Nebraska too.
It's true.
Small town name.
Small town name.
It's
That is a
small
small
town,
town name.
rural Midwestern name.
Yes.
Okay, here's the ultimate test.
All right.
The White Sox have the bases loaded with nobody out.
Oh,
Oh
no,
my
no,
God.
no, no!
How many
stop
runs
them.
will they score? 0?
I'm gonna
One.
give him 2.
I'm going to give him one.
Swing and a miss.
I'm gonna give him 2.
I'm going to say 0.
Okay.
They're going to strike out 3 times
I
in a
hope
row.
you're right.
Josh,
be
what's
funny.
yours?
What's the question?
How many runs
Bases
will
loaded,
the White
nobody
Sox
out.
score?
One run.
So 1, 2, 0,
One.
1.
Okay. Can't wait to find
We
out.
will find out. Andrew Vaughn.
Pop up. That's nothing.
That's one.
Ooh, that's
You don't-
one.
Oh,
He'll
That's
too
tag.
one.
deep.
He'll tag.
Get him, Joe Kenzie.
No, he doesn't.
Oh!
What
Go
up,
guards.
You could have made that.
Oh, look, see, he's already turned on himself. Listen to him.
All it takes is a little bit of gambling. That's all it
You
is.
didn't even bet anything.
I think
Well,
he
we
could have
kinda
made
did.
that.
What do
He
you
could've
mean?
done that.
What do we get if we win?
Pride. Being
Pride.
correct.
You get a
Pride.
prize.
Yeah, you
Josh
get a
loves
pride.
being correct.
That is true.
Look, his last name is Sosa.
Yeah, that's the dude that got hit in the face by the
Oh.
throwback from the catcher. He wasn't looking for it the
Pretty
other
funny.
day.
Peter
It was
on our
hilarious.
YouTube chat says 1 or 4 rather. It's a grand slam. Odson says 1. Participate. Feel free. Log on to the chat. Can I get some flame emojis in the chat?
0.
Can I get some thumbs up in the chat? Like
Here-
and
in fact,
subscribe.
here
Like,
comes the
comment,
double play.
subscribe.
Like,
Oh.
comment, and subscribe.
this is a double play.
We're getting close to 4,000 YouTube subscribers. How fun
We
would
are.
it be to hit
Are we really?
4,000? Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Great job,
close.
director of video, Nick.
Thank you.
Nick.
Hey, we need more.
We need
bring-
more.
Thank
Can we
you
get some more
guys for-
subscribers in the chat?
because you can can't you hit the little bell symbol?
Some notification,
That's a
yeah.
scr- so-
Yeah. So
oh,
so
yeah,
no-
yeah. So then
so-
every time we go live, boom, you get an email or you get a
Yeah.
notification.
It's not an email. You just
So
get a
if
notification.
Connor
That's not
just
true.
decides to go
I get
live
an
from
email
his house to
notification
talk
now.
about the Royals, you'll get it.
I would happily do that. Actually, no, I would very unhappily.
Look at the
do
fire
that.
emojis from Monson. We got some fire emojis in the chat.
If the Royals are in a playoff game, I will be locking myself in my basement.
Do you
Nobody will talk to me
look at Twitter in those games?
during those games.
Yes.
Like during commercial breaks.
Maybe during commercial breaks.
Okay.
Because John,
Yeah.
you put your phone.
But
Don't
I
you like
don't
put it
want
in the
phone-
other end of the room?
The phone's turned off.
I definitely
I
don't
thought
want
you
to talk
texted
to
Kevin. I
anybody,
thought you texted
No,
with Kevin.
well, yes, we Kevin and I texted.
But how do you have the phone off and still
Well,
text Kevin?
no,
He texts him on his watch.
Nice.
I stand corrected, but I
Boop, boop, boop.
never looked at Twitter.
Yeah.
I only texted with
Now,
Kevin.
this was 2014 and 15.
It was an early time
It was
in
a different
Twitter.
time.
Yeah, for
It was a
sure.
different time.
Yeah.
I was tweeting though. I remember tweeting during the games.
Tweeting
Were
up
you?
a storm.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be a fun bit.
Will you tweet now?
Can you find some of your tweets?
Yeah,
from
but
back
I mean,
then?
I'll
think-
look it up right now,
I
Nick.
think when the Royals won the World Series, it was November 2nd, 2015, or maybe November 1st.
It was a Sunday, November 1st.
Yeah.
Was it November? Good.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
It was
And
definitely
that's-
November.
You're at Connor Happer, right? Yep.
Yeah, I've been at Connor Happer.
All right, all right.
Oh, it wasn't 2014. Why was I thinking it was 2014?
14, they went to the World
2014,
Series.
they
That's
went
what
to
it
the
is.
series,
Thank
and Alex Gordon got held at third.
My
That
gym
was a good call.
my gym teacher in
It
high
was a
school
good
was a
call.
massive Royals fan. He wore his Royals hat for a month straight.
It was a good
It
call.
was a hell of a month, Nick. Wow, what a time in my life.
It was crazy.
Oh,
Oh, 2 runs! 2 runs!
Damn
Here we
it!
go!
He
Oh,
should have
those
caught
jerks.
that.
Or was it one?
That's only one.
He had to freeze. He had to freeze on a
Let's
line
No, he
drive.
didn't.
Let's
He
get
had
God dang it!
to-
That's only one.
All right.
God, the White. I mean, what are you doing, White Sox? You're trailing 5-0. You can't do anything. You got to be aggressive.
That ball has got to be caught at second base. That should have been a double play line out.
So by the way, I'm
Unbelievable.
scrolling through Happer's tweets from November 1st, 2015. One I found, you just say, oh, furls, which is very funny because I feel like that
There's a response
that-
to furls.
it fits everywhere. You did tweet, Happer. I'm imagining that this is after the game. I'm crying.
I
Or
was
no, you just said crying. You also wrote paralyzed at one point. You said, are they going to squeeze?
Squeeze.
Gordo does the job. Holy moly. Not a whole lot of likes on these tweets back then.
That wasn't very famous.
Apparently not. You tweeted, what? In all caps at one point in time.
So I was really, really ripping
Oh
some
my
off, huh?
sweet Lord, the Royals. That was at 9:57. So
Good
you're
one.
getting close to the end of the
That's
game.
a fun
there.
tweet. You should retweet that tweet.
All
I
right.
think you should just stay out. I mean, if this is going to be the quality we get,
It's
you should
pretty
just-
bad.
you
It's
should
pretty.
just stay
Hey, he
off.
was 9 years younger though. How old were you back then? Like 22?
Yeah, that makes me.
Yeah, he
what I don't know how
He's
old I
younger
am
than
right now.
Nick is now.
That's true.
Yeah, so like he's a baby.
I was
He
in my
a-
apartment.
Yeah,
Lincoln.
but you're supposed to be better at these things
So you
when
were in
you're
your apartment
younger.
naked?
I guess that's true.
I was in my apartment in Lincoln.
Oh, I thought you said naked.
By the
be
way,
clear.
so when you
He
do
might
the
have been naked.
when
Were
you
you
do the
naked?
advanced Twitter search, you have to put in like other dates to lock down on the date that you actually want. So I had to go back into October. You did tweet the day before when Nebraska had that horrible loss to Purdue.
Oh, that was when I woke up from my nap only to realize that they were down 44-16.
Horrible
Oh
game.
my God.
You quote tweeted. There must have
woke up from your
I
nap.
took a nap. It was horrible. It was horrible.
there must
That's
have been
beautiful.
a rumor about what uniforms Nebraska was going to wear.
Did he walk him or hit him?
Uh,
2 runs are in.
Oh, okay.
Winner, winner,
Because
chicken dinner.
Happer, you quoted the NU equipment
Not
handle,
over yet.
and you
Yeah,
tweeted
good point.
red pants. So there must have been a rumor about them wearing the all whites that day.
Who knows?
Oh, here's
Oh,
a
he
Oh, he
response.
blocked him
He
in.
balked him in.
That doesn't happen often.
You
That's
were-
stupid.
You at one point responded to Mike Welch, who's no longer has a Twitter.
He's an
handle.
actor now.
He's an actor.
The
now.
actor?
The actor.
Yeah.
And then it just turns into baseball tweets.
Good.
Mike Moustakis. My goodness, Sal. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, I
is
was.
that
I was
another? No.
definitely doing a lot of tweeting to. Oh, jeez.
You're baseball pilled.
I was doing a lot of tweeting to myself. Nobody was really bothering me, and I was.
Tweet. And now look at us.
Sometimes you just need to be your own audience.
tweeting to
Is that what you tell yourself, Nick, when no one
Sometimes-
responds to you?
Sometimes you just need to yap into the void.
Yeah, well, you do that a lot.
I
Yap
do like to
into
yap
the
into the void.
Brandon writes, I bet the White Sox plus 2.5, please hit a grand slam.
That's not going to happen. But
No,
the
but-
Indians or Guardians keep not getting out of the inning.
That's true.
Star Wars Fiend
This thing
says,
could be
me being a
tied.
Royal sicko or fan sicko would tune in to listen to Connor. There you go. People will listen to your Royals garbage in October.
It's
If
not
you
going to be
say
garbage.
it, they will come.
I listen
mean,
to
it's
some
the-
of your Royal segments on the
it's
podcast.
the Royals. It's garbage.
Nice. I like it. I think it's funny. And it keeps me informed and I get question ideas from Mike Farron.
Oh, so you're just lifting. You're lifting
Ah,
Yeah,
questions.
He's-
I mean,
he's
Josh has told
stealing.
me he's like, I'm stealing takes.
It's like how people steal my football takes, Nick.
Or the football takes that you stole from your 30 podcasts.
People do that.
People love my takes,
Your
John.
do they?
takes are just passed off from other takes.
That's not true. I take in information and then I decide on what I want to say.
I wonder what Josh's football take tree looks like. I got this take from this guy who got it from this guy who's this guy.
That's funny,
takes are
Nick.
normal.
The Josh take tree.
What is the White Sox fuzzy guy? all about?
I don't know.
What is that guy?
It was easier to do that than just to have a giant stuffed sock.
Is this because of Gritty?
The picture must have been taken years ago. Look at how many fans are in the stands.
Do mascots like
That's
this
AI.
exist? Do mascots like this exist because of Gritty?
Yes, 100%.
I think it started actually with the Fanatic.
The Fanatic
the
was
Fanatic.
beget Gritty.
They're going to get 3 runs. Holy cow.
Wade says that I repurpose takes like regifting. This is not true.
Yeah.
Podcasts are like reading articles, but I can do it while I'm doing other
You
things.
take a take and then you grab it
Wrong.
and then you wrap it up in a box
I'm like,
and
oh,
then you
that's-
send it off to other people.
It's
Yeah, but-
information. I take
but-
in information and then I'm like, oh, I'll use that to help me be informed.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I do, John.
But
I'm
the
informed.
podcast is an opinion. It's not
Sure.
a news story.
Sure, but it still gives me information.
Can it?
Yes.
Not from.
Why do you think I'm so
not from
smart?
that idiot-
Why do you think I went 5-1 in my pick'em last week? Because I'm smart. Iowa ruined my pick'em. Those a-holes.
Don't ask Josh about how he did in predictions.
Yeah,
No
don't ask me
Fox.
how I did in predictions.
How did I do in predictions?
Better than Josh.
Yeah, I had a
Oh,
really
I'll
You
good
take
hit
it.
your upset.
Oh, hell
Straight
yeah.
up.
I did not. My upset pick was App State. They lost
Oops.
by a billion.
Are you going to have to shave your face again and then have
No.
big teeth?
I don't
No.
think we're going to do that anymore.
Yeah,
That made me too anxious. I
There are
didn't
no.
like that.
Yeah, we're not doing teeth watch anymore.
It was a good one-timer. It was a good one-off.
Yeah.
What are you going to have
It
to
was
do?
funny.
Get the eggs?
It was funny.
Odson says, "Imagine being bad at picks. That's
Yeah.
a shot at Connor Happer."
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah.
Hey, it could be worse. You could have been like these two guys over here and picked against Nebraska volleyball last night. It was
John-
close.
John, you were rooting against Nebraska volleyball.
I root for Creighton. Yes, I make no bones about it.
He showed up wearing Creighton stuff.
Yeah,
Creighton
you were a
polo,
big
Creighton
Creighton boy
hat.
yesterday.
Yeah,
I
so-
mean, in our defense, they did lose to SMU.
Yeah,
What
I
were
was-
we supposed to think?
I was wrong.
You guys picked the Jays
Yeah.
outright?
Yeah.
Yeah, he stole my bet.
I
was
didn't have the
close.
guts to do it.
It was close.
I was very close.
I thought they
I
had
was
a
not
chance.
feeling very good after set 2.
No, somebody reached out to me and said, "Mea culpa on your Nebraska or on your
Yeah.
Creighton volleyball pick," and I said, "I'm sorry."
I
And then
knew-
he was like, "My bad."
Wait a minute.
Yep.
I
Maybe
knew
I'm
that
wrong.
Nebraska won last night because that was during. Wow.
They just scored 4 runs.
By
Congrats
barely
to
hitting
Wade.
the ball
They're
out of the
covering the
infield.
2.5 now.
So that was during my
It's
softball
the 3rd
game,
inning.
and I knew that the Huskers
true.
won because I heard fireworks go off.
Fireworks?
Yeah, somebody lit fireworks
There's
after
always
the
fireworks in
volleyball
Lincoln,
team won.
John. You should know this.
He was in Omaha though, right? Oh no, you
No,
were
I was in Lincoln.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
LSD Will texted in. Nick is the future of 1620 and YouTube. Subscribed anyway.
Oh,
There we go. Thank you, LSD Will.
thank you, LSD Will.
Subscribe. And then go to the
Subscribe, please.
podcast app and rate and review us. Give us
Ooh,
5
can-
stars.
Also, leave comments on our videos and give us your takes on our takes.
There you go. Yeah.
Can you imagine if
Nick was the
Can
future.
you imagine what the future of the station would
We
be?
are the children.
Oh, Nick gets results.
of
I do get people- I put out
tomorrow.
content sometimes with the help of all you
I
guys.
did some
put out our content.
Director of video didn't do something that I did. Wait till we have some video today from Uncle Cuzzo. I guess never mind. That video was widescreen. But you know how the stupid TikTok?
Yes.
I am
You changed
making
the
it.
aspect ratio.
I fixed it for our YouTube
Good
page.
job by you.
I am
Josh.
getting so freaking tired of these up and down,
Oh,
and
I
then
hate
John
the
and I are hanging
TikTokers.
out in the side while these.
Yeah, it's kind of funny though because then
Not
you can peek
anymore.
around the
It is-
corner.
I do like peeking
I like
around.
peeking
It's
around.
fun.
You
the
won't be able
corner.
to anymore.
It's
for
fun
the
to
Tiny
peek.
Baby
Not
Buffs
anymore.
video with the
Yeah,
speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fixed the glitch.
Walking around with their phones like this.
Yep.
Give me a
Turn
break.
it. Just turn it
Just turn it.
sideways. It's so much
No,
better.
TikTok has ruined people.
It was before TikTok.
Yes,
I know.
it's ruined people.
Nice, John.
I'm sure.
This is a pre-TikTok
sure
issue.
much of their
Pre-talk?
personal information now belongs to the Chinese government.
Yeah.
Congratulations, all you TikTokers.
Nice.
Mm,
Odson, poll question: is it fun to peek? That's what George McFly was doing in Back to the
He
Future.
was.
Yikes.
He was supposed to be the
Gosh.
good guy.
He was
the
a regular
redeemable
pervert,
guy.
not a football pervert.
Man, that's a tough look for old Lorraine because
Uh-huh.
A,
Yeah,
she
fell-
ended
fell-
up marrying him,
Yeah, and he was such a
and
dummy.
B, she fell in love with her future son.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah.
She's got
That's the
problems.
worst
It's
part.
like kissing my brother.
I would hate to go back in time and find out my dad was a pervert.
Yeah. I mean, it was a different time though. He might have been.
I don't think my dad was a pervert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
You never know.
You never know.
He was a hardworking farm guy.
I mean, Marty
Oh,
didn't
farmers
think
can be
Marty
perverts.
didn't
Yeah.
think George was a peeping Tom.
The only thing he
Yeah.
was peeping at was the corn and the
He's a
beans.
peeping Tom. What a movie. What a movie.
It is a good
That
movie.
is
I
one
haven't
of the
seen that in
most
a while.
perfect
they
movies.
better
I love
never
Back to the
ever
Future.
ever remake that thing.
Yeah.
I hate though that we surpassed in 2015. I remember when we surpassed the Back to the Future. It's like, oh, we're in the future now.
We are.
So now Back to the Future takes place in the past.
Remember that
regardless.
because that was the year the Cubs made the NLCS, and it was like, oh my gosh,
predicted
They might be right.
the Cubs are going to win the World
And
Series.
then they did.
Too bad Miami was in the AL and Back to the Future, not the NL. But they pretty much nailed it.
They were damn close.
Yeah, I can't believe they predicted that the Marlins would be in the American League in Back to the Future. Bad take. By
What
them.
was the? No, it was a shark, wasn't it? What was the logo that they used for
Oh,
the
they
Miami?
actually got it
Remember,
right.
that was the Jaws trailer.
the
and he
Jaws
goes, the shark
trailer.
still looks fake.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good movie.
I mean, they kind of got. They were
4
close.
runs.
they were very.
That was Back to
close.
the Future too, though.
But
Yeah,
they also blew it on the hoverboard and the whole flying car.
The
thing.
Mattel hoverboard
really
was really
everything.
fun. They did do the shoes though. Nike did those shoes in 2015.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah,
every
but they only did it because it was in the movie. They didn't do it because that was like their
Yeah.
natural, you know.
every movie
Progression.
screwed it up
Evolution.
as far as the flying cars and the beams and the things like that.
Flying cars,
None
I
of
think,
it
is
happened.
a bad, unrealistic idea. I think
flying
in-
cars are a bad idea.
I think
People
in
are idiot
air
drivers.
if you give people access to just air travel, they're gonna be more accidents and they're gonna be more deadly.
Yeah,
like,
but then
what
cars
if
would
there
fall
were
on
roads
us.
in space.
Where
Like,
we're going,
There's-
we don't need
You
roads.
don't need roads in
I
space.
mean,
It's
just-
space.
people don't have free reign to just drive their cars wherever on roads. They have roads.
Well, but you would have to have like.
Well,
air-
that's because if you
you'd
try to
have to
drive
have-
anywhere else, you would get stopped by a house.
That's the reason we'll never.
right, right. But if they put roads in space, you'd have to go on the roads, right? Or you get pulled over by the sky cop.
There's no. That's space. It's a 3D space. It's a big environment.
Yeah, and I'm saying
Nothing is
create
gonna-
roads.
This could
Nothing
be
is going to
real-
stop anyone
It's gonna
from
be real
just
bad.
not staying within the lines. The Sky Road. How would that even work? How do you
Rules,
think a
Nick.
Sky Road works?
Rules. There'd be rules. right?
Yeah. Sky rules.
Just
for
like
the Sky
you know,
Road?
the
What
plane
if
has
Jane's
to
dad
stay.
is out there, though?
The planes have to stay in certain corridors, especially if they're like
Yeah.
in certain cities like Washington.
I don't think it's that hard. I think flying cars is a great idea. Let's do that. That way I can drive my car on the regular road and I don't have to deal with any of these idiots.
But what if the
They
car
could
falls
go
on
up
you?
to space.
What if the car falls on you, though?
It's a risk I'm willing to take.
Okay.
Then you shouldn't have bought the
what if he
Pinto
shot
flying
you in
car.
the face? It's a risk I was willing to take.
Nice. Good reference.
Thank you.
By the way, shout out to Otson. He has found the logo. It looks like an alligator for the Miami team.
Close.
Pretty close, man. Why were they not the alligators? They could have used that logo.
That would have been great if
That
they just
actually would have
used
been
it.
funny.
They should do Back to the Future Day at Miami sometime and have that logo.
Oh,
That'd
good
be
one.
fun. Have they ever tried that? There you go. Free idea. I know Jeter's not an
that
owner
would,
anymore.
That would
but free
require
idea,
the
Jeets.
Marlins to have some semblance of an imagination that doesn't involve that god awful sculpture. in
True.
the
Oh
outfield.
man.
We're probably getting close to them winning a World Series out of nowhere again, aren't we?
Yeah, 97, 03.
God.
I guess that was really close together.
Yeah, that
Probably going to happen.
no, it
No?
better never.
I thought it was
happen
going to
again.
happen actually the year that they ended up beating the Cubs. In, what was that? Oh, it was 2020, right?
Yes,
I thought they were going to just do it randomly.
Yeah.
That
Oh, in the
year.
COVID year?
Yeah.
That's a World Series that I don't remember a thing about.
That was the
one.
Rays
that was the Randy Arozarena
Yeah.
series.
I know. I
Yeah.
remember. No, the Dodgers won.
The
Yeah.
Dodgers beat
Yeah.
the Rays.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember a single thing about
Brett
it.
Phillips. You remember Brett Phillips?
No.
He
don't
did
either.
something.
It was actually a pretty good World Series, but yeah, it lost a lot of because it was played in Texas.
I remember the World Series around it. I remember the year before, again, the Astros thing. Also, I remember when the Nats beat the Dodgers and Kershaw had like a horrible game in the playoffs.
Yeah, a lot of narratives.
Oh, yeah.
many narratives.
Yeah. The narrative boys.
On many sides.
I bet you stole a take from somebody about that.
Probably did.
Probably. Yeah. That's fair in a question. My prep for Farron is just finding takes. And I'm like, oh, this could be a good one.
You just asked fair questions of like, who's a team that you think is going to be good,
Yeah.
and who's a team that you think is
when
bad.
it's NBA season, John
Yeah.
does the same with their NBA guests. So I'm like, you know what? I'm
You
just
guys
going
don't
to
have NBA.
We don't
guests.
have NBA guests. No
We
one ever
used
wants
to.
to come on.
I
We
know,
talked
we
to
used-
Padilla. We talked to Padilla
not
once in the
not
last
about-
year,
not
haven't
It
we?
was about volleyball.
Yeah.
Oh,
We
fair.
talked about volleyball with Jacob.
You know,
And Robbie's not allowed on our show anymore, so we can't.
Oh yeah,
ask
he
him.
was kind of
He
our
was
one
our
basketball
NBA guy for the longest time.
Connor,
It's
you
true.
really need next time you decide to go do a deep dive into the Royals. You just need to give some of the most inaccurate takes possible,
Good one.
and then
It's just a bait for
Good
Josh.
idea.
I can't believe that Jose Ramirez is playing third base today for the Royals. And I think it's a terrible decision.
Yeah.
And then
Better
Josh will
idea.
ask a
Ever
question
since they
about
got
it.
Aaron Judge, they've been horrible.
How about this? Mike would enjoy this. On Tuesdays, you just join the show for that one segment. You ask Farron some questions. I just sit here in silence.
That'd be
and then
great. It's not. It
Mike
doesn't
has
happen
a
that
better time because he's actually getting actual questions. And then I'm like, all right, time to talk football again. Yeah.
I would enjoy asking Farron baseball.
I know he would,
questions.
and he would enjoy it. He'd be like, oh,
Yeah.
that's actually an interesting question, not who is
I think
good.
Farron's a bit of a contrarian as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because
Oh, yeah.
Farron is always like, you could bring up an idea and he'll be like,
Yeah.
Wait
And he'll
and
interrupt
see.
you. He'd be like, hey,
Yeah.
Mike, what do you think? No,
Yeah.
no. Like, oh, wow. The good thing is he does it to John, too. So it's not just my takes.
That's
It's
true.
It's just all takes.
Okay, well, we'll do that next week.
All right, perfect.
All right.
Bye, Happer.
Goodbye.
We'll see ya.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was okay.
A very sportsy crossover
Plus some flying cars.
plus flying cars.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm with Connor. You all you idiots go fly. I'll stay down here on the roads and I'll take my chances that you don't fall on
Until
my
a
head.
car carcass and a people carcass falls on your head.
It's a risk I'm willing
Well, why
to
would they
take.
be a carcass? They wouldn't die. And you're implying that they die before they fall?
Well, it's probably why they're falling. The car probably exploded, John.
What if they shot in the face?
We will
Yeah, what if I got shot in the face?
We will continue on 1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Gum.
Gum?
Well, come. I was
Oh.
dragging out the well,
Oh.
and then come. Welcome to the program.
It's already
on
Wednesday.
1620 The Zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Someone should seriously walk through the crowd there at Guaranteed Rate Field.
Dumb name. Wild pitch.
Horrible stadium. Actually, it wasn't that bad.
Oh, look, the bases are loaded again? No.
And ask the people, the 15 people that are there. Actually, it's a little more than that. Why are you here?
Bored. Boredom. Free ticket. Boredom.
Look at how empty that is.
Probably some people who bought season tickets and they believe in sunk cost fallacies, so they want to get their money's worth.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'd be curious. I think someone should.
That would
do
be a
this.
great idea for an article.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Just why?
The Athletic probably doesn't have a White Sox article anymore. Or a
Beat
White
writer.
Sox writer. Yeah, thank you, Nick. But if they did, that would be an awesome
Why don't you do it?
September story.
Why
'Cause
don't you do it?
Because
we're-
I'm here,
we're not-
Nick.
We're not there.
The next time I'm traveling, it'll be to Minneapolis, the
Maybe
great city of Minneapolis, not
Maybe-
Chicago.
Maybe you can get the New York Times to fund you a trip to Chicago, so then you can just go to a game and ask people
Hey,
why.
Now, if somebody wants to send me to do a podcast that we could put on 1620 The Zone TV, I would be happy to do so.
It's good content.
It would be awesome content. John, this is a great idea. It really is.
Well, maybe management will send us. Hell, I bet they would even lift the restriction on doing a live broadcast from in there. They'd probably say, "Yeah, we don't give a damn."
Yeah, for sure.
Well, no, it's Jerry Reinsdorf. He'd probably charge us like $10,000 to do it because he's a
Jerry.
piece of crap.
Why are
Yep.
sports owners named Jerry kind of skeevy?
They are.
And he also had success in the 90s. Not so much since, though the White Sox did win that one title in 05. Was he owning them in 05?
Yep.
Has he been in there? I guess, yeah, he was the owner in the 90s.
I think he's owned the White Sox longer than the Bulls. I think.
Old Jerry Rhines.
Oh, he also owns the Bulls?
Yeah.
Yes.
He was the owner during the 90s heyday. And they
Pick a
won
team.
6 titles in 8
Well,
years.
he did. He picked both.
Yeah.
Now he's a filthy rich
It's
man.
like John's owner. How many teams does your football owner own? He's got the Avs.
He's got the soccer team.
The Avs and Nugs.
He's got the Avs and the Nugs.
Yeah, he has a lot of teams, at least 4. Plus, then he married the Walmart family or
Yeah,
whatever, right? The whole
yeah.
family.
Yeah, it's very, very rich.
Yeah.
Old Stan, E. Stanley Kroenke.
Stan Kroenke.
My man Stan, baby.
Moved
World
the
champ
moved
Stan.
the team out of the Midwest, the salt of the earth, St. Louis. Now they're out Libtown.
It does
It's
seem
a nice
weird.
stadium, though.
It is a nice stadium, though it's also
It's a hell of a lot better than
Open-
that dumpy dome down in St. Louis.
but it's also open air, so if there's a lightning strike, they can't play football.
That's
they have
true.
to go to the locker room, which is odd.
Well, that's just because we're soft these days. Back in my day,
Back
we
in the
played,
70s.
we played through all that stuff. We didn't
played
care.
in lightning.
We didn't care, and we liked it.
You
That's why
said-
we should bring back leather helmets, because it doesn't conduct electricity.
I don't care.
The Grum Down is brought to you by the referees at John Higgins, a weather guard.
Nice.
This is the home of real dumb debates.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be fooled by others attempting to usurp the good name of dumb debates.
Oh.
We own the title.
And we have.
Even if
Oh, you know-
our dumb debates aren't as dumb as their dumb debates, we're still the dumbest.
We have concepts of our own plans.
I haven't looked at the hashtag because often the dumb debates hashtag it's like the GBR hashtag is taken over during the summer games.
Yes.
I haven't looked. We'll look later. But that's a great reminder to get your dumb debates questions in on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed with the hashtag dumb debates. So if there is other tweets that are taking up space, we can then see them. This will surprise you. I was listening to a podcast last night on my walk, and I got an idea for a dumb debates question. I'm not lifting anything. I just got an idea. I think it's a fun one, but it's sports related. So I apologize to those who come to dumb debates for not sports.
You don't have to apologize.
I
we
do,
say
though.
dumb debates. It can be anything.
I still
it
apologize.
It can be anything.
I'm still apologizing.
One of the original pre-dumb debates before we had dumb debates was your dumb debate that fullbacks aren't running backs, and that hijacked a whole show.
What a classic dumb debate that was. That was a good one.
Did you know, though, and the only reason I know this is because I was looking up something the other day.
Yeah.
That in the official Nebraska record book, they do keep separate record section for fullbacks.
So I was right.
No.
Is this your way of saying Josh was right?
No.
Apologize, John.
No.
How many years did that take?
It was just a
10.
it was just a subheading with fullbacks, I-backs, quarterbacks.
It was probably my 20s
all
when we
under
did
the
that
rush.
debate. So it was pre-2018. It's somewhere in the 14 to 18 range. Wow. Apologize, John.
Yeah, it was classic. He was sold. No, that's a fullback. It's different. It's
One of
not
the
a
biggest
running back.
bummers
No, it's a
about us
running back.
not doing video until recently is there's like a lot of stuff that we just don't know where it is, and it'd be fun to have.
It would be fun to
Because I would love to re-listen to that. The many segments that we did that we yelled at each other.
It might be buried in a folder somewhere.
Might be.
It could be.
Might be.
The Huskers survive in 5. Epic match last night.
They did it. Yes, indeed.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7 will join us.
What a guest.
What a guest. Will his team still be ahead of the White Sox? They're barely clinging to life right now, leading 5-4.
Which is a tough look.
In the 4th.
Excellent question.
Imagine giving up 4 runs to the
Does
White
it
Sox.
hurt Dylan to be the standard?
That's an interesting
He
question.
responded
Oh, okay.
yesterday, and we've got that audio.
Okay.
Plus other items regarding Dylan.
Oh, awesome.
Fired up for football. Is somebody mailing it in this week?
Mailing it in. Are you saying football is mailing it in?
Saying college football might be mailing in this week.
Well, let's hope that week 4 is a little better than week 3.
Good teams win, but great teams cover.
Oh.
Some numbers on that.
Nebraska's 2-0 versus the spread so far this year.
First time since 20s. What did I say? What did I tweet out this morning?
I don't know. I didn't see this
Was
tweet.
it 6? I don't remember.
It's been a while.
Since they were started a season 2-0 versus the spread.
Yeah.
Mitch Holtis will join us a little bit later on. The Chiefs get another shot at Mr. Burrow.
Can't wait to talk to him about what he's seen from Joe Burrow because, yeesh.
I mean, it was just one game.
Yeah, but he always starts the season bad. And he was hurt last year.
Hmm.
I don't know. Nick had him as the second best quarterback in the league, and yeesh.
Well, speaking of that in the NFL, everyone's freaking hurt, man.
Are they? Everyone?
Yeah.
Everyone is hurt?
The injury bugs hit his team.
Who got hurt?
I don't know. I didn't see this.
You might be down to your 3rd running back tomorrow night.
Oh, I did see this. A-Chain's great.
Yeah, John, you see, he rushed for like 8 yards of carry last year. He's fine. That's
No.
A-Chan.
No. He might be hurt too.
Well, that's not good. He's on my fantasy.
That's why I said you might be down to your 3rd running back. And Travis Hunter and Husker fans shaking hands.
Dude, this is one of the few players on a rival team that I think that everyone kind of likes. I think people like Travis Hunter. He doesn't seem to annoy people like Shador does.
Well, I mean, he plays with a swagger for sure, but he's also fairly grounded.
Well, and you know what I always think about
for someone of that ilk.
Yes, age.
Someone of that age who, has uber talent and plays for Coach Prime.
Well, remember the situation last year when he got the cheap shot in
Yeah.
Colorado State game, and people were like sending death threats to the CSU player. What did Travis do?
He invited him on his podcast.
And they did the whole thing at the bench or whatever. Where
Yeah,
he's like,
they-
hey, we
they
like
did-
each other,
yeah.
right? We're friends.
Yeah.
We don't want to murder each other. Like seriously, that's a maturity from a young person.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I've been a fan of Travis Hunter. I'd love for him to end up on the Dallas Cowboys. Travis, let's make this happen.
Or the
shall we?
Miami Dolphins.
Nah, you don't need another.
Cowboys
fast
won't
player.
have any money to pay him.
Nah,
By the time they re-sign old problematic Micah,
salary cap will go up.
you're going to have 3 players: Dak,
Everybody in the NFL does
CD
this, John.
and that's
Everybody in
all
the
you're gonna have.
NFL does this.
We want him on the Dolphins because otherwise
Yeah,
he's
but
going to go to the Chiefs because
the
the
Eagles
Chiefs
do
somehow
this.
get all the fast players.
Everybody in the
does this.
NFL does this, but the Cowboys are like off in their own little universe. They're like
I love
spaced
how
out.
everyone does something and then the Cowboys do it too, and it's like, this is bad. It's like, oh, the thing that everybody does, signs the good players.
Well, I mean,
what are you supposed to do? Not sign the good players? That would be stupid. 29 years. Yeah, you still want the good players, though.
Debo joins us on the 42.
Samuel?
Yeah, is this Debo Samuel?
No, sorry, fellas. I'm a little bit better catcher than Debo Samuel these days, but I'm just normal Debo. Sorry to disappoint.
Wow.
Sorry to disappoint. But hey, I had a question about the J-Sker, being a J-Sker. So I was watching the pregame for last night's match, and I think it was Becca Alec. She was talking about the match, just saying how cool it was for the state of Nebraska to have Nebraska and Creighton be so good, be top 10 programs. And it really is because of the combined support of just everybody in the state, right?
Mm-hmm.
Creighton, Nebraska. So I didn't grow up in Nebraska, came from St. Louis, came here in 2012 to attend Creighton. So I just want to know, and I've never gotten this answer, where this J-Sker hate came from. Because like I said, like the combined support last night to see two Nebraska-based programs in a top 10 volleyball match, that's awesome. So, and it seems like we're kind of the same. Like they always like to talk about, well, Creighton doesn't have a football program. I mean, Nebraska doesn't really have a basketball program. So we're kind of the same. So I'm trying to see where all this hate is coming from. So appreciate it.
Okay.
Heck of a match last night. Love you guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, Debo.
I mean, I think that the quick, easy answer is because they're not the same school, right? It's people don't ask aloud, like, why do Auburn and Alabama fans hate each other? Well, because they play. And
but to answer Debo's question, when Creighton basketball started beating Nebraska regularly,
yes,
is when you started to get the animosity. There was animosity back in the day when I was growing up, but it was much more low key, right? Because
it was a different era.
It was a different era.
Games weren't on TV.
Yeah, it was.
Jack has told the story about rooting for Creighton when they beat Florida in the NCAA tournament.
But when Creighton started, beating Nebraska regularly in men's basketball, I'm talking men's basketball, is when the animosity started to rise. And I think also as teams like Creighton baseball, Creighton volleyball, Creighton softball started competing at an equal to or higher level than the Nebraska counterpart at times, not saying consistently, but just, it spiced things up a little bit more. I mean, it's always been an interesting phenomenon. I still strongly believe that the idea, because there's this notion that, well, there wasn't a such thing as a Creighton fan until, Dana Altman, which is not true. Creighton's had good support in the past, going back to, the 60s and the 70s. It's an Omaha, it's a lot of this is an Omaha versus Lincoln thing, or an Omaha versus the rest of the state
100%.
And there's a lot of people that live in Omaha who are Husker football fans because it is the number one sport. But when it came to the winter and there was nothing, else to do in sports, Creighton basketball was the one thing that they did. People didn't drive from Omaha to Lincoln to go see Nebraska basketball.
Correct.
They had a product.
I've told the story before. I didn't go to a Nebraska men's basketball game or women's either until I was in college.
I mean, there's a lot to it. And we don't have time to necessarily get into.
And Jed
here.
says it too. Dude wonders where the hate comes from, but then takes a shot at Nebraska basketball. I think you answered the question, bud.
No, but in all seriousness, that the intensity of it wasn't like this.
No. Well, isn't some
before.
of that too, like social media and the I would say sports talk radio coming into existence and the ability to speak to more people and to hear from more people.
Sure.
If you're in your Nebraska basketball bubble or your Creighton basketball bubble, certainly Creighton fan was always going to hear from Nebraska fan because there are so many football fans in general. But it was easy for years for Nebraska football, basketball, whatever fan to not hear from Creighton fan.
Yeah.
Because they just wouldn't run into them, whereas now it's so much easier.
Right. And again, I think back in the early days, it was more of a Lincoln versus Omaha thing.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that Nebraska basketball had this statewide popularity wasn't always true. It was really only football that had that. And then over time, obviously things changed. Danny Nee certainly helped get more people from outside of Lincoln because, again, it wasn't a migration sport. People didn't, they weren't coming from Fremont, Columbus, and Alliance every third day to the Coliseum to watch Nebraska basketball.
100%.
And so it really was kind of a Lincoln Omaha thing for a long time.
Yeah.
And it's grown and it's evolved ever since.
Brandon says, what I don't understand is how John can love Nebraska football but hate Nebraska basketball and volleyball when they play Creighton. It makes no sense.
It makes perfect sense if you understand they're different sports. It's not the same. They are different.
They are different sports.
It's the same reason I can root for the Chicago Cubs, but not the Chicago Bears.
I don't know how many times people have asked me how you are able to do what you do, and I'm just like, I don't know. Ask John.
Pretty damn easy, actually.
Just ask John. Talk to John. Email him.
Pretty damn easily. Why can I like
inbox?
apple pie but not raw apples?
How is John a Cubs fan but not a Bears fan?
You don't like apple. You don't like raw apples?
I'm not a big fan.
I only like them when they're
How
sliced.
have I never learned this?
I've talked about this
I've
before.
been working with you for 12 years. I'm never going to forget where I was when I learned this news.
You'll never forget.
I will never forget this.
Glad.
Not one time.
Coming up next, Mike Schaefer.
Awesome.
Nebraska got a recruit this past weekend.
We got to talk about it.
With Schaefer and more next on 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee is on a mission to invigorate every workplace with a blend of bold flavors and unforgettable service, creating moments with our coffee, water, and food services that spark joy, productivity, and connection. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Car repair is car repair. Most places you go can change your oil or fix your brakes. The difference is the experience you'll get at Omaha Car Care. We're part of the community. We were born here, and we believe that our relationship with you should be built to last. We're going to consult you, not sell you. We're going to give you a free loaner car. We're going to treat you like a valued friend that we want to continue to see in the years to come. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Mike Schaefer.
There's a part of me that really thinks that there's a Sasquatch.
Mike Schaefer.
I think the issues here are largely football related.
Mike Schaefer.
People are like, oh, the Vikings are terrible. And it's like, yeah, terrible teams always go 13-4.
Mike Schaefer.
I don't feel good for anybody. All my entire life is rooting for sports teams that get as tantalizingly close as possible and then don't win.
Mike Schaefer.
I have no joy in my heart for you or you or you.
Mike Schaefer.
I'm reminded as I drink out of my beautiful Roncalli Catholic Yeti that we're going to be at Roncalli this week for the first of 2 trips to the state's greatest concession stand.
2 Roncollis.
They're actually christening their brand new artificial turf field.
Awesome.
And so Michael Severe and I will be there in person. Josh will be there with us virtually from Minneapolis.
I'll be in Minnesota.
I'll be there.
Oh my gosh, Nick, so needy.
He say I was about to say that, but anyway, we'll all be there, and we look forward to it.
Will our next guest be there?
Shafe's always welcome to join us at Roncalli, but you know he's of fatherhood now, and he's a busy man. Hi, Shafe.
This is on Friday.
Yes, this Friday.
I mean, I believe I will be in Omaha. I don't think I will be at the Roncalli game, though. We'll see. Maybe I can make an appearance. Have you noticed that Josh's new gallivanting lifestyle is just disrupting everything?
It is
for everyone. It's very interesting.
It is, and it's also defeating the idea that he is of football. I mean,
I'm going to football. Doesn't this prove that I love football even more?
Are you?
Yes, they're playing Nevada. Nevada played in week 0, and they almost won the game.
Cool.
They almost beat SMU.
Quite a sell there.
I feel like going to games like this proves that I'm even more of a football sicko.
No, it proves that you're a capitalist. You're a greedy.
You're definitely a sicko.
You're not going to the game. You're getting paid to work at the game. There's a difference.
Would you be going to this game if you weren't getting paid?
Are you worried that all these private jets are bad for the environment?
Well, I would if I were on them, Shafe.
Are you the Taylor Swift of 1620?
But I will be taking a direct flight with many hundreds of people. You know what I've learned in my travels, because I don't travel very much anymore. The flights to the big cities, they have the TVs. You know, when I went to Minneapolis last week, I almost watched some of our movie. I just ended up watching on the phone, though, that we watched. When I went to Chicago, same thing. When I come home, garbage. I feel like I'm in a tin can the entire time, and I'm going to die. So
welcome to how the world views Omaha as an airport.
Yeah, not great. Well, understandably so right now.
Yeah.
That place is rough.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
And it will be for a while.
Yeah.
It's kind of been rough for a while as it's been anyways.
That's true.
Yeah,
I love the new park.
God help you if you check a bag because you'll be sitting there waiting for 45 minutes after your flight.
Oh boy, I'm not looking forward to this. If I have to
Oh, you fly
commercial.
private all the time.
No, but
John.
there's usually 1 or 2 trips that
One or two.
Hey!
1 or 2 times he has to be amongst the
I had to
leads
ride
in
the middle
pheasants.
seat once.
I do like when I go to the airport and they're like, you don't need to take off your shoes today. And I'm like, thank you. That is lovely. I would love to not take off my shoes today. I would love to not.
TSA pre-check is the best $75 I've ever spent.
I know.
I don't
really
travel anymore either. But you know, before the world shut down in 2020, I traveled quite a bit, and that was a useful thing.
I used to have TSA pre. I let it lapse. I should probably get it back.
Well, there was that one time you used the TSA pre, and it helped the person you were flying with, but did not help you.
I almost got a cavity search, Mike Schaefer. Because I had just gotten my brand new license, but I had the stupid piece of paper.
Yeah.
And I learned that day, bring your passport if you have the stupid piece of paper, which is how I traveled the last 2 weeks. I had my passport.
Passport's a good thing to have unless you're like me and you let that expire too. So
Oh no.
Yeah.
Again, you have a child now. You're not going to be leaving the country anytime soon.
I'm not allowed to do anything fun ever again. So.
No, maybe in 20 years.
Well, Shafe, you famously were the most bullish of any of our prognosticators preseason.
Yes.
Are these first 2 weeks for you? Not that I've been watching your social media or any of your interactions with people, that may or may not have been, with a tinge of I told you so. But are these last 2 weeks validating, or are you looking at it as possibly even ramping up your expectations?
I would say it's largely validated kind of where I've been at. I mean, the defense has probably been even better than what I anticipated that it would be. I kind of thought the defense would be good. I didn't think it would be punch Colorado in the mouth repeatedly and barely let them get off the canvas and the officials do the dirty work for them for Colorado's offense. So, I mean, it's a situation where that defense has been better than I expected. I think you also have to kind of account for, who Nebraska's played. UTEP lost to Southern Utah University over the weekend. Colorado, I think Colorado possibly better than they were last year in a lot of ways. But I don't know if that's going to lead to necessarily more wins. And then they have Northern Iowa this weekend. But a lot of my bullishness on Nebraska is I felt like they were better than the first 7 teams they played on the schedule. And that should be reflected in the win-loss column. And I still think that. And here's the thing. They're probably better than I anticipated them being at this junction. So if I thought that they were going to go 6-1, which I do, and I did, it makes me feel like I was on the right path. That doesn't mean things can't change. And that Illinois game might be a little bit better than I was anticipating before the season. But ultimately, I look at how Nebraska's set up. I look at who they play, and I don't think of it as Nebraska has to play X. I think of it as, oh, wow, Illinois' offense is really going to have a tough time moving the ball against Nebraska's defense. I think Nebraska's defense has moved into the level of being superior to what it faces almost across the board, which gives Nebraska such a massive leg up if it continues to play, air-free football for the most part on the offensive side.
Sticking with the defense, Shafe, John's been keeping track of the Havoc numbers. They've been ridiculous.
I've enjoyed that. Keep doing that. Thank you.
I have too. And how about Max Olson? I'm guessing you saw this tweet the other day where he was looking at the True Media stats numbers. Shedeur Sanders pressured on, I don't know if we've said this on the show yet, 22 dropbacks he was pressured on. He was 5 for 15, 45 yards, 1 touchdown, 5 sacks, and his QBR was 1.8. The thing, though, that jumped out to me was that Nebraska rushed 3 or 4 on 19 of 22. So the obvious question here is, how much of it was the line and Nebraska's defense? How much of it was Colorado's offensive line? What do you think the answer is? Because that's, of course, going to be the big thing moving forward is, can they replicate it, or how much can they replicate it?
I think it goes a lot deeper than just Colorado's offensive line. It's how Pat Shurmur was calling that football game. I mean, there was no reason to ever be worried about a play action. Every route from Colorado seemed to be a long developing play, which is almost nonsensical when you think about how bad that offensive line is. I mean, there was that quote from Matt Rule about how he wants all of his play callers to have coached the offensive line before, so they can learn how their play calling can affect the position group.
Yep.
I mean, not that I'm over here trying to stand up for anything that Colorado is doing, but Pat Shurmur called a terrible game on Saturday. I mean, he put Shedeur Sanders in a terrible position. He put that offensive line in a terrible position. And if you're Tony White in Nebraska, you couldn't have a bigger smile on your face because they did exactly what you wanted them to do. They largely kept everything in the pocket. They largely extended out long, drawn-out pass plays. Shedeur Sanders doesn't get the ball out very quickly. He doesn't look for fast options. They want to attack down the field.
Right.
And Nebraska made them pay for wanting to do that. And so I'm not particularly surprised by it. It's stark when you look at it on paper, but I'm not surprised that Nebraska was like, okay, if you're just going to keep doing this, we're going to have success. We don't have to change anything that we're doing. And we knew going into that game that Nebraska's ability to get 3 or 4, pressure with 3 or 4, was going to dictate how well Shedeur Sanders could throw down the field. And he struggled to do so. And, that stat that Max put up shows you that. I mean, 19 of the 22, times they were able to do it with 3 or 4. And a lot of that is because of, 1, the line's not great, but 2, long drawn out developing routes and play calls. I mean, it really, really just a horribly called game from Pat Shurmur.
I almost hear the glee in your voice when I hear that too.
Former Vikings offensive coordinator, but when he was the Vikings offensive coordinator, I believe it was the Case Keenum year.
Yeah.
And so then he parlayed that into, I want to say, the head coach of somebody. I don't know if it was like the Browns or the Broncos, or he went somewhere immediately after that. And then Stefanski ended up at the
He
Browns.
was the Giants head coach in 2018 and 19.
Okay, well,
Or
there we
Robin
go.
Washut. Man, he's had a rough go the last few years.
So, yeah,
he was
Pat
also the
Shurmur.
Browns coach in good memory, Shafe, in 2011 and 2012.
Yeah, he's been a bunch of different places.
19 and
it's-
46 as an NFL head coach.
Right.
Yes.
And I mean, Nebraska they let them just keep dialing up the same dumb mistake over and over and over, and they didn't really have to change what they were doing. I mean, the remarkable thing about Nebraska's defense in week 1 and week 2 is that they've largely just been able to play a mostly base scheme. They haven't had to be exotic. They haven't had to show much of anything. And so if they get into Big Ten play and they can just play base, I mean, because you're not going to face these really exotic offenses. Again, that just plays to Nebraska's advantage. So, and it's not that they can't dial stuff up. We saw it last year, but they haven't had to yet. And that's what makes their defense even scarier if you really want to think about it in that sense.
Where is the weakness in this defense?
Oh, good question.
UTEP was able to score on a 3-play drive where they just sped Nebraska up and they looked like they were on ice skates. So if they were to face a team that really goes high tempo and has a little bit more talent than what UTEP does, that could be problematic for them. We haven't seen anybody isolate their linebackers and put them a ton in space against crossing routes and force them to cover that kind of thing. We haven't seen anybody hit successful screens against them at this point. And if Nebraska gets upfield too fast, I worry a little bit about Marquise Buford because I think teams are going to stay away from Tommy Hill. And I don't even mean that as Marquise Buford is bad, but sometimes when you've got that superstar corner on one side, the guy who has to play opposite of him just gets targeted so much that you don't really get off plays and you don't have an opportunity to make a mistake without everyone seeing it. So I think that's going to be a challenge for him. But ultimately, I mean, you look at the schedule, they have an opportunity to hold a lot of teams inside of this 24 points that they haven't allowed since the Michigan game of 2023. And I think, 24 seems to be kind of if Nebraska's offense, to me, 24 points should be something they get every week. Like, I don't think that's a remarkably difficult number to get to. So if your defense, is able for most teams to hold them in check, that should give your offense an opportunity to help you win football games.
Speaking of the offense, Shafe, a week ago, we couldn't stop gushing about the wide receivers. Certainly not as much after the performance versus Colorado. Concerning performance. I mean, you got to watch the game from the press box. I'm wondering what you saw with those guys and how much of it was Colorado, how much of it was a game plan, and certainly game flow. The second half, I still don't really know what to do with that, just given what the score was by the time they started the final 30 minutes.
I would say it was a combination of several things. One, I want to start with the fact that Travis Hunter is very, very good. Jamal Banks just taken out of the game almost entirely. And Colorado's strength of their defense, they have several good players in the secondary. And I thought that Nebraska did not challenge them a ton, in part because I think by the time they got to the second half, they were up and they didn't want to – I don't think they wanted to expose Dylan Raiola to a lot of shots. So I don't think they had a lot of long developing routes. I don't think they were looking to attack downfield. If they ran play action, the goal was to get the ball out right away instead of letting something develop down the field. So I think a lot of it was to keep Dylan Raiola from getting hit repeatedly. And I think at some point the motive switched from, all right, let's just get the hell out of here. And so I don't know that they were running – an offense that was designed to attack Colorado vertically or to counteract the run blitzes or whatever it was that they were doing. And when they did have success, it largely felt like those plays were mitigated by, either real or in some case, in my mind, at least with Ramir Johnson's block to the ground, fictional holding penalties. So, it was a really choppy, ugly second half. I don't think that's indicative of what Nebraska is going to do most second halves. It's unfortunate because now you have this game against Northern Iowa where you don't really want to see the starters in the second half. And Nebraska is going to get to this game against Illinois, possibly where they haven't had to play a full 4-quarter football game, which isn't necessarily a benefit for Nebraska. So I think part of the offense, like I said, it's just they kind of took themselves out of it. And they wanted to keep Dylan Raiola from getting unnecessarily hit. I really think that was kind of a big thing in the second half.
Would it surprise you, based on just how these games have gone and what Nebraska's play calling has been like, and if they continue to get respectability in the run game, would it surprise you if Dillon doesn't have a 300-yard passing game this year?
I don't. What was the number that I was kind of operating around? I'm trying to think in my head here. I think it was like 240, right? 240
Right.
times 12 is 2,800 yards, something
Yep.
like that. I mean, that's sort of where I've been at mentally, and so I don't know that I think if he's throwing for a bunch of yards, Nebraska's trailing, or they've hit some just big throws in the first half or the third quarter.
Yeah.
But I don't. I guess I wouldn't be overly shocked if he has, like, let's say, 300-yard passing game. I mean, it's not that they want to be balanced to the point that they're going to force running the football, but I also think that they're going to methodically try not to put the game in Dillon's hands all the time either. I mean, I think if you can have some success with Dante Dowdell and Ramir Johnson running the football, if some of the short passing game is what's working for you and you intersplice that with your running, the big thing is when they have those opportunities, like that play that they set up, just a beautifully designed and for the most part really well executed play to Jalen Lloyd. I mean, you want to hit on that. You want to be able to make those count. And so, if they get 2, 3, 4 of those in a game, his numbers are going to jump exponentially. But I guess I don't know that they're going to be playing a lot of games where you're going to have to ask him to throw for 330 yards for Nebraska to win it or stay in it. I think they're going to be in a lot of tempo, slowed down type games where their defense is choking the other team out and their offense just wants to sit on top of you.
Shafe, we spent multiple interviews in the offseason talking about Nebraska's recruiting and how it could take off, especially if they had a good start to the season and especially if they had a nice win versus Colorado, given the possibility of official visits. A lot of people over the last few days, writers that I'm reading and stuff, calling the program cool, saying Nebraska is a cool program. I wonder what you have made of that, and is that like going to show itself? Like, they've already landed one player. That was yesterday, right? And so I wonder what you think of that idea of Nebraska being a cool program and what that could mean for things moving forward in recruiting.
I don't know that Nebraska has ever been considered cool in my lifetime. I don't know that the 90s teams were considered cool.
They weren't.
I don't, they were dominant, and you had to respect them because of that. But I don't know that I don't think cool was ever associated with it. I'm wondering if the cool is part of the factor of just beating up on Colorado. Because here's the other thing. Matt Rule himself is not cool. Like, he just seems like the more this goes on, he's just going to be America's dad that's a football coach. Like, that's kind of what Matt Rule comes across as.
Yeah.
So for the players, the recruits, the environment was frenetic. It was, something they'd never seen before. That light show in between the third and fourth quarter got rave reviews from people. The way Nebraska's fan base just was yelling throughout the entirety of the game got rave reviews from people. But I guess I don't know that Nebraska, outside of Dylan Raiola, has a whole lot of cool factor to it. And even his feels a little heavily borrowed from some of the Patrick Mahomes comparisons, which is kind of funny because Mahomes commented on that today. I don't know if you guys saw that or not.
We did. We'll have it for you in a little bit here.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's unusual. Where I think things are going quite well for Nebraska is that they circled that game. They got a lot of recruits in for it. It was a tremendous atmosphere, and Nebraska dominated from start to finish. And so what is cool and always will be cool is kicking someone's ass. And so recruits that were able to watch that in person on Saturday in what was a bloodlust-filled crowd only enhanced, I think, that experience. I don't know that people watching it from home got the same sort of vibe that the players that got to be down there on the sidelines, having Terrence Crawford out there, I mean, they did a really nice job. I'm critical of Nebraska's game day production and a lot of what they do there. They took full outside of their sponsored have to have the person kick it, the field goal that kind of just killed the crowd. Outside of that, they did a really nice job on Saturday, keeping everything amped up.
Mike Schaefer joining us from Husker 24/7, as Josh alluded to. Commitment earlier this week, Christian Jones, the 4-star rated inside backer from Omaha West Side. Not a huge surprise given that he had been a Nebraska lean, but as you pointed out in your story on 24/7, what is this now, 3 years in a row that the top player in the state has ended up here, which, back in the day, that was a given, but given recent years, not so much. So certainly Matt Rule continues to nail down this state, but Christian Jones, certainly a very nice addition to this class.
Yeah, and beyond just the fact that they've gotten the top 3, think about who they've beaten out for them. I mean, you have Malachi Coleman, who had a lot of offers from different places and took some visits, but was also right there amongst those early recruits, very interested in what Deion Sanders was doing at Colorado. So that was a nice win for you. Carter Nelson had Georgia, Notre Dame that he was strongly considering. And then Christian Jones, I mean, he's told people that he almost committed to Oklahoma this summer. And so that's another win for Matt Rule against Oklahoma. And you stack that up with Grant Bricks and Cade Peterzak from North Dakota. And Nebraska's had some success against a team that's really been a thorn in their side in recruiting in the Midwest. So I think things have taken off really well there. I think Christian Jones is a big addition for him. It was one of those where it's big both in terms of the position. They didn't have anybody as an inside linebacker in the 25 class. And then we know he's going to have an opportunity to probably see the field early because some of the guys are veterans with Javen Wright and John Bullock and players like that. And then on top of it, the optics of you want to keep that kid home. I mean, he'd visited Nebraska probably 20 times. It would have been a tough pill to swallow if you lose that kid to Oklahoma.
Mike Schaefer of Husker 24/7. Well, Schaefer, Cleveland's only up 5-4 on the White Sox right now.
Did you watch the third inning at all?
Oh yeah, we actually had a bet on it because Connor actually challenged us. How many runs do the White Sox get?
Mm-hmm.
And I was the closest, but only because I guessed 2.
And because you weren't anticipating a little league team was going to fill in for Cleveland defensively that inning.
Precisely.
That was bad. That was bad. They got to sweep. If they don't sweep, they should give back the first 2 wins of the series. That's how I feel about it.
Well, and Cleveland already had a losing record against the White Sox coming in.
They were 5-5.
Or was it 5-5? Okay.
Yeah. They have the worst record in baseball against the White Sox this year.
And how we feeling about the Vikings 49ers game on Sunday, Shafe?
I have optimism. I think Minnesota is going to match up pretty well with them. I like the fact that it's a short week for the 49ers. They got to jump a couple time zones. We don't know if Christian McCaffrey is going to be healthy. They got Raisin Canes back there at quarterback. I don't believe in him.
I forgot about that nickname.
So it's it's a winnable game for Minnesota. I don't know that they will win.
No. Don't say those words.
It's a winnable game. No, I mean, that's the thing, though. It's the NFL. Like, I think it's closer to like a 50-50 game than, the line would indicate at San Francisco favored by 6.5. Or it could be the game that Sam Darnold completely turns into a pumpkin. You never know.
That's why we love the league. It's a great league, Shafe. We love the NFL.
Some would call it a fun league.
Oh,
it's not.
You're out on the NFL
I'm not
now?
having
It's
fun.
not the National
Not
Fun League?
Well, your team had an opportunity to really get things kicked off for this segment today, and they just, weren't able to get it done.
Couldn't finish the deal. I mean, I'm proud that they stayed in it, given that 3/5 of the offensive line was out, and our number 1B receiver. But yeah, I was still very disappointed that we couldn't finish the job.
Yeah.
All right. It happens.
I'm sorry, Shafe. We tried our best.
No, that's all right. Look, if I had to pick between one of those teams losing this weekend, the team that lost on Friday night and their bajillion-dollar quarterback who didn't look good before he has an excuse now, I feel okay about how this season started.
Remember, Shafe has no sympathy for you
or you.
Correct.
Great rant.
It is a great rant. All right, Shafe, take care. Thanks a bunch, and good luck to the Vikings.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
There he is, Mike Schaefer of Husker 247.
What a guy. What a guy.
And that's why I'm rooting for Cleveland.
Nice.
That, and I don't want the stinking Royals to win.
Wow.
Do you want Kansas City to be the next Boston?
John
I mean, according to some people, Kansas City is already Boston.
She'd be happy, as Nick would say. Like when she's happy. She's except with her football.
I would prefer her to be happy for their football team.
Nah, don't need that. Don't need that.
I think the Eagles could use another Super Bowl.
No, they could. No, that city, Nick. No, definitely not.
Well,
they throw batteries at Santa Claus.
They didn't throw batteries. They only booed him.
They threw stuff at him.
No, they booed.
They throw batteries at other players.
They booed Santa Claus.
Yeah, and they had a jail. They had a prison, a literal prison.
I saw that Always Sunny episode.
Nice.
They do.
Wow, my Uncle Mark. Vikings by 6.
Oh, skull.
Well, find out coming up if everybody in this area will be able to see the 49ers and the Vikings on the free TV, because Fired Up for Football is coming up. And yes, this week will actually challenge Josh's integrity.
Oh,
will he actually have integrity with his grades?
Integrity.
Or will he continue to drink his coffee as if filtered through Greg Sankey's soiled underwear?
What the hell? Also, Johnny Pig just sent us a picture watching the Rams lose in person. There's a photo of him at the game. That's Johnny Pig, friend of the Grum. John, your thoughts?
Lions listen, Lions fans, don't become like the rest of them.
Sorry, they already have.
Congrats, you won. But don't be taunting. Don't get me on your bad side. I know things about Jared Goff.
Interesting.
Coming up, speaking of quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Dylan Raiola responds to being named the standard and starting to think the Mahomes cosplay bit might not be a bit.
Oh, okay.
And Patrick responds.
What?
Yeah.
What do I have to say about Dylan Raiola? Find out next.
Would you like to
1620 the zone.
Hey, a reminder that the $25,000 four-quarter pick'em. That's right. I didn't stutter. $25,000 we have to give away over the next 10 weeks, and this is only week 1. That means a $2,500 prize is guaranteed every week to one of you lucky people. And I do mean you lucky people.
Nice.
Very nice.
Because all you have to do is right now go to 1620thezone.com and pick our 10 games straight up. It's not against the spread. This is straight up.
Wow, that's easy, right, John? That's going to be easy peasy. Everyone will go 10-0.
The weekly winner gets $2,500. In the event of a tie.
Yeah, what's our tiebreaker? Is it like closest to the score?
No.
Oh.
Is it whoever can hit Josh with the most eggs?
No.
Nah, no one would hit me with eggs.
It is
Except for that one
whose entry was received first, which is why there's an advantage to being a member of the 1620 The Email. Because 1620 The Email members get the link to the weekly picks on Mondays, whereas the site goes live on the website on Tuesday. So become a member today at 1620thezone.com. Join 1620 The Email so you can just get those picks earlier. But again,
that's pretty sweet.
Whoever has the most picks wins the $2,500.
That's awesome. Very cool.
Go to 1620thezone.com and find out more.
Yep.
It is really, really neat.
That's the last time I've heard John say the word neat.
It's neat. It's neat. It's very neat.
Yeah, it definitely is.
It's super neat.
It's good times. Good times had by all. Going to get to some of this Dylan
Uncle Cuzzo
Raiola, or Uncle Cuzzo now, as he's,
because Dylan is little Cuzzo.
Yeah, it's little Cuzzo is Dylan.
Uncle
Cuzzo is
Mahomes.
That's some
Patrick Mahomes.
Targaryen stuff.
Targaryen.
He's my uncle cousin.
Well, Uncle Cuzzo.
Yeah,
that's how it works, Nick. That's how it works these days. That's how
guess.
nicknames
I mean, there
work.
are probably some people that do think that there's some actual blood, some family lineage there, given how closely
how they
resemble
look,
each other.
how very similar they are, indeed.
My uncle cousin.
Wow, Nick Grim, can you believe this? The Iowa fan just says that Dylan Raiola and Patrick Mahomes are related via blood.
Uncle cousin.
Wow.
I was reading something with Andrew Ivins, who is 24/7 sports director of scouting.
You're allowed to read other stuff, but when I listen to 8 podcasts, I'm a weirdo.
Oh, Josh, it's not 8.
It's more than
I'm
8.
talking about today so far.
Oh. He mentioned something, and, I recall this being a little bit of a talking point, and maybe it was because folks around here was just, stargazing and, blinded by the brightness of the star.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea, and I'll read from Ivins, he said, behind the scenes, we never questioned Raiola's talent. We were more concerned about the fact that he had made 3 separate college commitments and attended 4 different high schools in a 3-year period. That type of wavering tends to be a red flag in the scouting community. But the more we studied Raiola and the more we thought the pros outweighed the cons, not only had we considered an NFL caliber arm, but he appeared to be well ahead of the curve as a decision maker and an advanced mover in the pocket for his age. I was having a conversation with my wife. This was after the UTEP game.
My wife.
And, she's aware of the Huskers, but doesn't really follow it that close.
She's a Niner lover.
Yeah, she doesn't follow it that close. The only thing she cares about is that they get more points so that, she gets more of the fuel saver points at Hy-Vee.
Wait, what's this about?
Oh, yeah, I believe it's...
Is this a Lincoln thing? Did they do
I thought it was a statewide thing. I know it's a Lincoln thing.
Hy-Vee fuel saver?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a thing.
With
how many points the Huskers score.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Fun.
Yeah.
I want to see that. I want to see this and hear about this.
I assumed it was a state thing, but maybe it's just a Lincoln thing.
I've never seen this.
Anyway.
Interesting. Okay, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
But and she was asking, okay, but is he really that good? And I said, yeah, he is.
Dear, he is that good.
And she remembers Dominic and and knew the name, but then asked, well, where did he come from? I said, well, he'd actually went to 3 different high schools. And it was like, he did? Like that was a big red flag. Like, hey,
sure, I remember wondering about that.
No loyalty,
and it was not only 3 different high schools. It was
3 different states.
It
was Texas, Arizona, and Georgia.
Texas,
right?
Arizona, and Georgia.
Arizona.
And it was just fascinating to hear from someone who doesn't follow it as close, and just the implication that, well, really, that's not very good.
I remember that being something that the recruiting experts wondered about, that the people who covered the sports wondered about. Like, whenever he was talked about, it was always incredible arm, super good, all these things. But there was the but he did go to a lot of different high schools, and he committed to 3 schools. He committed to Ohio State, then he committed to Georgia, then he committed to Nebraska before he signed with them. And so I know, like, look, if John, let's say that Nebraska was the second of the schools that he committed to and then decommitted, everyone would be like, he's a flake.
Yep.
Flake. But,
or if Nebraska just was, I mean, it could have been anybody. It could have been a rival. It could have been like Shador.
Yeah, exactly.
If it would have been Shador, it would have been, well, but the grass is always greener in this case, on your side of the fence.
Yeah.
Because he's yours.
Yeah.
Yours. So you're willing to overlook those character flaws. I'm using air quotes.
I can fix him.
Easier.
100%.
And I'll admit, certainly something like that. Yeah.
I wondered about it. How can you not wonder about it? Right?
But I do wonder if over time, if that's going to be lessened, just simply because we now live in an age where college players can transfer and go anywhere they want, anytime they want, virtually.
Yeah, I think the moving state to state, that thing doesn't bother me as much. It's committing to multiple schools. It's not a red flag for me, but it is definitely something that I notice. Just because I think that, you figure once you make that commitment, you're going to stick with it. I know that it doesn't always happen that way, though, but it's just something that I kept my eye on. Early returns are that it doesn't really matter. By the way, Star Wars Fiend said, what the frick, Hy-Vee? But Mustache Adam, Tony, both pointing out that this is a statewide situation.
Whoa.
Okay. We got a message from someone, Joel, it's statewide. I got 28 cents on Sunday way out here in Columbus. Yeah, that's Western Nebraska. He was able to get 28 cents. So
how did you not know this?
I don't know. I've never seen this ad. And I go to Hy-Vee.
Well, but it's only on Sundays.
Okay, good to know. I'm going to...
Now, is it always on Sundays, or is it always the day after the game, which will be important
great question.
For the Illinois game?
Yeah. Which is a reminder that we will be there for the pregame.
Not at Hy-Vee, collecting fuel saver points.
Right, here it is. I'm looking at a Hy-Vee Facebook page. Game on Nebraska. The more they score, the more you save. Earn fuel savings every Sunday after Husker football games. Earn 7 cents if they score 7, 14 if they score 14, 28 if they score 28. So it looks like it's just those number of points.
Is the
I don't think if they score like 70 this weekend, you get 70 cents.
Is the Big Mac thing
no,
still
I
happening?
think they do. I think it's
cool.
I think last week it was 40 cents.
Awesome. Steve writes, don't know about fuel points, but apparently the Big Mac sack attack is no more.
Oh, sad.
At least not the McDonald's I stopped at. Very sad. Big Mac sack.
Well, I think McDonald's realized they were probably going to run out of Big Macs this year with that defense.
Dude, yeah, it would have been 5 free sandwiches. Bummer.
No, 6.
6.
Well, no. I mean, all
awesome.
they needed to do was get
One,
a sack,
and
then it's buy one, get one free Big Macs.
Yeah.
That was the deal.
Stank Nooner, right?
Stank Nooner.
Columbus is not Western Nebraska. Facepalm emoji.
Stank.
Hey, Stank. That's a stanky take there, bruh.
Stank. We know.
No, it's Western. It's so far away. So far away.
Who sings it?
Stank must be a new
Heather.
Friend of
Nickelback.
the Grum. Who's Heather?
That's a band, right? Heather?
Heather?
No, Heather's our salesperson.
Probably a band.
Heather? Who's the band?
Hinder.
Hinder. Started with an H, though.
But no, it was Nickelback.
You know what else starts with H?
Ha! Over.
When we continue,
what do we got?
We will dig deeper because
Uncle Cuzzo time.
Because Little Cuzzo responded to being the standard, and Uncle Cuzzo was asked about Little Cuzzo. And this whole cosplay thing is getting ridiculous. We have video evidence to prove it.
Padilla says, wouldn't the inverse of Little Cuzzo be Big Unk or something like that?
Yeah.
Probably, but it sounds more fun to say Uncle Cuzzo. I'm going to call him Uncle Cuzzo.
He's my uncle cousin.
I'm going to call him Uncle Cuzzo.
Sure thing, Uncle Cousin.
Wow, see, but Nick is just going straight to the state of Missouri or something with this joke.
Well, I mean, that's where Mahomes makes his residence.
Tough look for Mahomes.
I assume he's on the Missouri side of the river. Maybe he's on the Kansas side of the river. I don't know.
They showed his house in the Netflix series.
Well, yeah, we had pictures of the house.
It was a big ass house.
Because he's got the half football field.
He's got
and
all
the
those
basketball
kids.
court.
Chance, not our former coworker, says Uncle Kermit.
I mean, you got to have some place for Brittany to fly all those Trump flags.
That's true. A lot of land over there.
Back
a lot
after
of land.
this on 1620 The Zone. So yesterday here on the program, we played you the audio. You still have it on the board, yesterday's audio, Nick, of Mr. Rule, head coach Matt Rule.
Matt Rule.
I won't play the whole thing, but here's a snippet of what Matt Rule said on Monday about Dylan.
I told the offense a lot of them have to pick their intensity up to his level, not the other way around. He's trying to throw the ball to guys that are supposed to be in certain places and they're not there. He's at a whole other level, and those other guys better pick it up.
So that was just a small bit of that, but pretty much says it all.
Yes.
It's up to the rest of the offense to pick it up to Dylan's level. And Yeah, that certainly can raise some eyebrows, especially when you're considering he's a freshman. He's played 2 games.
2 whole games.
You got guys like Ramir who've been in this program since 1980. At least it seems like it. But
it really does.
But
He
you
played
have
with
a
Mike Rozier
lot
back in
of
the
you have a
day.
lot of long in the tooth guys there.
Yeah.
But-
And that I like that it's happened after the 2 games, that it didn't happen in the preseason when he was doing his whole, everybody's awesome at quarterback and praising everybody. But now it is, again, this goes back to what we discussed yesterday. The urgency within the program, I think, is very, very obvious.
So Dylan, who spoke yesterday, the day after when Matt Rule said that, was asked about those comments.
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of keep leveling up, and as a quarterback, and we understand in our room that that's a standard, and I think that the standard should be acknowledged, but I don't think it should be celebrated, just because that's what you want out of a quarterback room, is to elevate your team, and I can do a better job of getting our guys on the same page as I am, so. I'll take some of that responsibility on me, and I know our guys will accept the challenge, and they'll be playing a lot faster this week.
Can you appreciate how rare that is as a freshman to be driving, an entire offense like that?
Yeah, I think it's cool. I think it's a blessing, but also I think we got to play ball still, and we got a great offense. So we just got to keep the wheels turning and keep attacking our goal of playing more than 12 games of football.
I know we've gone on and on and on about, how he seems mature beyond his years and, saying the right things. A lot of over the years, as we've played these various sound bites from, different Husker teams, we've gotten that from a lot of these, even the lesser teams, even the teams that weren't great. We would hear, there is a level, there has always been that level of humility that has existed in the program, regardless of who the coach is. The difference, however, in what I'm hearing, especially this year versus previous years, there would be times where you would be able to imagine that Rule soundbite 3 years ago, said by Scott Frost about one of his players, given and assuming that the schedule is playing out the same, the games are resulting in the same result
that they did in 2021.
That they did, yes, that they did in 2021.
Okay,
be a lot of folks saying, "Man, that's a divisive comment. You're now holding this guy up, and so what is that telling the rest of the team?" That's probably because the results.
Yes.
The results help impact what it is that you hear. Right?
100%.
Now, what we didn't play from that Matt Rule cut was right after when we shut it off, he said, this is all coming from a place of love. So what he's saying is, hey, we're talking to these guys this frankly. So I'm not telling you something I haven't already told them. But he's trying to use Dylan as that example. But because the results so far have been there, and listen, the team sees a lot more than we do because they're in practice every day. They're in lifting every day. They're in meetings every day. So they all know what's happening around them. What we get as media and fans, we just get the outside looking in. And it is indicative to me of how healthy the situation is around the program, that a comment like that
doesn't turn into something divisive.
And doesn't turn into something divisive. Oh, and by the way, the guy for whom was held up as the shining light is saying, well, it should be acknowledged, but not celebrated. And it was more about, hey, it's cool, but I need to make sure that I'm helping this process along.
Plus, I agree with everything you said. And I think on top of it, too, Frost by 2021 had not earned that level of trust anymore.
Right.
And certainly Rule has not done anything to lose that level of trust at this point in time. I think Chance, not Oliver, writes on YouTube, I think something smart too. Honestly, the difference between a legit 5-star and a bunch of high 3/low 4s that we've gotten used to around here. And I think that is a great view of the situation as well. When he originally committed and then we talked about it for months on end, you always wonder, like, how how does this show itself? How does this play out with a quarterback of this caliber? And will it be so obvious that he is a 5-star compared to what they've had? And the answer is yes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the answer I think is yes. And so I think when Rule says that, it doesn't turn into a divisive thing. And I guess you and I aren't in the locker room, so we can't say that for sure. I don't think it does, though, because we have watched and we see our eyes are telling us the story that we had already told ourselves coming into the season.
Right.
Debo writes, good quote by Dylan. Seems like something that's been repeated often in the Raiola family. Yeah, it was a really great answer. I imagine that he was prepared for it, given how much run that quote had gotten the last couple of days. But still,
the fact that it was already said in the meetings.
Yeah, for sure,
or something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
So it wasn't like it was a surprise, like, oh wow, coach said that about me. No,
Yeah.
I mean it's obvious that it was discussed.
Yeah.
Already, probably in the film session. Hey guys, and I bet you anything that play where Barney on the reverse, Dylan basically throws a crack. It's not an illegal block, but a block on the trailing defender.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet it was in that. See, this is what we need. This is what we're talking about. You got to set the standard, and this is why we succeed on certain things. We need everybody to do this. Now, as far as Lil Cuzzo and Uncle Cuzzo.
Uncle Cuzzo.
This was a video tweeted out by Fox College Football to either yesterday or today, and it was a good friend of the program found it and alerted us to it. I'm starting to think that this is not a bit anymore. This is,
of course, it's not.
This is that there might be something here. That maybe there's deliberate mimicking going on.
Yeah.
Watch the side-by-side. For those of you watching in the stream, we'll
it's
do our
actually
best.
not even a side-by-side. It's watch the up and the down.
It's the up and the down. But,
the up by
but
down.
Before the game, Mahomes will, march to one end zone and kind of make his gestures.
Yeah, he does this like jumping thing.
Yeah, he does this jumping thing.
And Raiola does the same thing.
So... I mean, they almost look like they're identical twins.
Mm-hmm. So, real quick, you thought it was a bit? / you don't like this, it seems.
No, I didn't say I didn't like it, but
so their quarterback coach is the same guy.
He's
right?
like a really good cover band.
Yes, he's the Nerg Live of Patrick Mahomes.
Let's hope better than that.
Hey, those were some good concerts.
Yeah, let's hope better than that.
But stuff like that is not going to help the cause. Because remember when the first picture came out?
Oh, people, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And there were folks like, oh, he cut his hair like that. And then Dylan said, well, no, actually, I've had this haircut for a very long time.
Yeah.
It's not going to help his cause if he's trying not to. I mean, anymore, I think they are. And you know what it is? It's not just because they've hung around each other if they've had a similar trainer, but it's what kids do. They mimic.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
A lot of us back in the day when we played baseball, we probably mimicked the batting stance of our favorite player.
What did people say about Kobe Bryant? That he was trying to be like Michael Jordan. If you can back it up, like people can say all they want about like it's dorky. Maybe. But if he's good. Does it get him fired up? And if it gets him fired up and he likes acting like Uncle Cuzzo, like Patrick Mahomes, more power to him.
By the way, Uncle Cuzzo was asked about it today.
Oh, what did he say?
I mean, it's cool. Honestly, I was that guy. I grew up watching players. I remember when I would grow up, I loved Alex Rodriguez, played shortstop, and would try to make plays just like him and do stuff like that. And it helped me become the athlete that I am. And so I've it's just telling me I'm getting a little old. I think that's the biggest thing is that you have these guys that are coming up and doing some of the sidearm stuff and everything like that. But I know Dylan. I train with him in the off seasons. Great kid, a great football player, and I think he's gonna make his own stamp on the game. And I think you've seen that early in his career.
Can't wait till Lil Cuzzo starts talking like
Uncle Cuzzo. Yeah, that would be a bit too far for me. They're like, hey Dylan, what did you see from that UNI defense? Well, they lined up in the 3-4. I'd be like, okay, this isn't good. What is going on here? What is going on here, Dylan? By the way, speaking of the game this weekend, I know that you were looking at a little FanDuel earlier
I was,
today.
and we've got some stuff on the spread.
Yeah.
Why don't we hang on to
All
that?
right, because I got an email from Matt about that.
Because
All right.
I actually had planned to talk about something related to the spread.
Okay.
But yes, there's been some interesting movement this week.
There has indeed.
And we're only on Wednesday.
It's only Wednesday. There's still many days to go.
And there wasn't hardly any movement in the first two games.
No, not at all.
We'll explain as we continue, because remember, we are a FanDuel here on 1620.
We are.
Aren't we a FanDuel?
Hell yeah, we are, John. Hell yeah.
Yeah. By the way, it's 6-4 Guardians in the 8th. What would this be? Would this be
our listener who has plus 1.5? Was it 1.5 or 2.5 earlier?
Yeah, the I keep wanting to call them the tribe. I'm sorry, but they were the Indians for a long time. It's hard to get over.
Yeah.
I'm looking it up real quick because I'm lost. What there you are at.
What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're asking.
I wanted to have the count right. This would be loss 114.
Yikes.
If they drop this one today.
Again, why are there people there? Why would you go?
History, Josh.
History happens here.
1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for the best sports book out on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, Circa Sports Iowa. The new week of football starts again tomorrow. Make your picks for this weekend now with the Circa Sports Iowa app, your hub for pro and college football anywhere in the state of Iowa. Their tight moneyline splits give you some of the best opportunities to win compared to some of the other guys. Let's look at a few of them for the week, starting with my Dolphins tomorrow. My Fins are minus 136 to beat the Bills, who are at plus 118 to win, by the way. The Packers, plus 132 at home versus the Colts, and the Chiefs, well, they're minus 235 to beat the Bengals. These games and more are just waiting for you right now in the Circa Sports Iowa app, like fresh betting apples waiting to be plucked. Your new sportsbook with all the hospitality of Vegas in the palm of your hand, anywhere in the state of Iowa. Your new sportsbook is Circa Sports Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Now, last week, the Nebraska-Colorado line, which was at 7.5 most of the week, did drop to 6.5. But that's pretty much it as far as movement.
Yes.
Remember in the past when we'd get these weird line movements in the day of the game?
Oh, I remember.
And it usually went in favor of the opposition.
I'm in there.
And then it usually ended up being
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Well, this game has already featured some rather interesting line movement.
Yes, it has. So we got an email from Matt, and like you said, we were planning on discussing this. He says, so FanDuel had the spread at 31.5, and it's now 27.5. Is that the latest line? Do you have the
I am
lineup?
updating it right now because I wish I would have noticed this earlier. Yes, it is at 27.5 with the total at 47.5.
Perfect. Matt's email, back to it. In the past 30 years, UNI has never lost to Iowa or Iowa State by this margin, and the Iowa and Iowa State have been better than the Big Red. They actually beat Iowa State about 30% of the time. I don't know who they is. UNI is not great this year. They will cover. Nebraska should win, but my bet is on UNI.
Was he saying UNI beats Iowa State 30%?
But he just said that they have never beat them. They've never lost to Iowa or never lost to them by this margin. Okay, my bad. Yeah, they actually beat Iowa State 30% of the time. Okay. So Matt says, take Northern Iowa plus the 27.5 point.
Go.
Well,
Panthers.
if you would have been real alert at one point yesterday, and thanks to a friend of the Grum, Todd Furman, who will join us tomorrow, at one point yesterday, this line got out to 34.5 on FanDuel.
And we missed this.
And I did not see this. I saw it at 30.5. I responded to a tweet that Michael had yesterday, but I never bothered to look anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, apparently this line shot up in the, I guess it'd be around noon our time yesterday, to 34.5, but then immediately got bet back down to where it is at 27.5. I mean, you're talking about a touchdown difference here between its peak so far. And right now, this would be the valley at 27.5.
Yeah.
I'll be curious to hear from Todd as to maybe why that
happens, and how much does it being a game involving FCS teams? You figure the handle on a game like this is not going to be anywhere near the handle on a game like Texas and Michigan last week, for example, right? So if that's the case, if my theory is true, then one bigger bet is going to have a lot of sway compared to other games.
Wouldn't you think, though, that now that Nebraska has a number by its name and that game was seen by 6.3 million people, that Nebraska, regardless of who they're playing, was going to see a little more action this week? Not necessarily by the Sharps, because they're not looking, they bet differently than the public does. But you would think that maybe the public would be at least a little bit more active than they would have been if Nebraska hadn't have won and hadn't have played a game that was so prominently featured.
Maybe, but you know what? Sometimes the line for FCS games involving FCS teams rather, aren't available at a whole lot of shops until you get closer to. So that could play a part in it as well. Is sometimes you got to wait until like the end of the week to find, a game between, like, I remember the game I always think about is Nebraska and Bethune-Cookman. And that was also a game that randomly was scheduled, but I don't believe that there was a line on that one until like Friday or Saturday back in 2018. So that could play a part in it too. Sam tweets in, JTech Constructions on Twitter feed, it's not quite fair to say Iowa never beats UNI by these numbers. Iowa hates getting pointsy. Yeah, exactly. Along those lines, I do wonder the approach that Nebraska has, right? Like, they're going to take care of business in this one. They're going to move to 3-0. But do they have another fast start? Do they have a better second half? That's going to be, that's going to tell the story on if they cover the spread or not. How's the defense going to do? And what is the offense? Like, again, we keep talking about it, but the second half was like perfect for Rule in that they won. They got out of the game without injuries, and they did so comfortably. But they also played sloppy. And so,
well,
how do they start this one?
Based on how much Northern Iowa runs the football, it'll probably be a shorter game. And a chance for could be a chance for fewer plays, actually.
Yeah, for sure.
Because, you won't be throwing it, or the opposition at least won't be throwing it as much. But on the point of, Nebraska and the spread, this is the first time since 2016, not only that they are 2-0, but they are 2-0 against the spread.
And that year they started with Fresno State and then Wyoming. before they played Oregon.
Yeah, in 2016, Nebraska beat Fresno and Wyoming, beat the spread too. They won both those games. Then they pushed against Oregon. It was a 3-point spread, and they won by 3. And then they proceeded to beat the spread against Northwestern en route to their 4-0 or beat 3-0-1 against the number.
But then I believe after that they stopped covering because they won a bunch of close games.
They covered
Indiana.
3 more games the rest of the season. They covered Indiana, Minnesota, and Maryland.
Interesting.
They ended up 6-6.
So think about that. So Indiana was game 7?
Indiana was game 6.
Game 6, but the other ones were not. The other ones were late in the year.
Minnesota and Maryland were games 9 and 10.
Yeah, so obviously they didn't cover 11 and 12, and then we know what happened versus teams like Ohio State and Wisconsin. Max says, I'd almost guess the Sharps bought it back down, and the casual bettors lifted it initially with the Husker hype off last week. Yeah, that's line, like you mentioned, it ballooned out all the way to 34.5. And now it's moved quite a few points since then.
Speaking of the spread differential, good teams win, great teams cover.
Oh, yeah.
So the spread differential is the number of points by which you cover the spread. So, for example, if Nebraska is favored by 7 and they win by 10, they've covered the spread by 3 points.
Yeah.
And a lot of gamblers might look at this as like, say, hey, this team's got a history not only of covering, but covering comfortably.
Yeah.
And now, granted, they didn't build those big buildings, because they were bad at their jobs. Vegas usually does recuperate.
Mm-hmm.
But here are the best and worst seasons in spread differential. And 2007 is as far back as my records go because they're full seasons where I have complete closing lines. 2009, that team was 75 points better than the spread over a course of 14-game season.
Wow, how much of that was like just the Arizona game itself?
Well, I can
Would they win that game 33-0? I bet they were a touchdown or less.
I can tell you, yes, they covered that spread by 31 points. They were a 2-point favorite.
Wow, so a lot of it comes from that game. But still, I mean, even without that, that would have been the second best season since 2007.
Correct.
Because, the Texas game would have also played a large part. What were they in that? Do you have the number for the Texas game?
In the Texas game,
I bet that they were 2-touchdown dogs.
They were a 2-touchdown underdog, and they lost by 1, so they covered by 13
points. Wow, that's a lot of points.
2014, they were plus 48. 2021, they were plus 28. 2008, they were plus 19. And so far, and again, this is only through 2 games, they're at plus 17.
Well, how about real quick? How about the fact that 2014, they were plus 48. They got absolutely mauled by Wisconsin, and they still had the second best season since 2007.
Well, that's because in 2014, they had a 20.8 or 28-point cover against FAU, a 25-point cover against Fresno.
Oh, wow. So they were dominating in the
10 against Illinois, 14 against. So they had built up a big comfort
buffer
zone before Wisconsin laid the bomb on them.
Eesh.
And then Minnesota the following week.
Oh, yeah, they lost that game too.
Lost that game.
Yeah.
As far as the worst seasons, and this is, again, spread differential. This is the difference between the finishing line and how much Nebraska covered or didn't cover the spread by. 2017, they were minus 86 points.
That is wild. That is wild.
2011, they were minus 73.5.
So how about that? So, I'm guessing a lot of people would have just picked a lot of losing seasons in here. And there are. 2017 is a losing season. 2011 was a 9-4 football team. But they got destroyed by Wisconsin, and they got destroyed by Michigan. And they lost at home as probably a big favorite versus Northwestern. And so those 3 games, I'm going to guess, take up the lion's share of that number.
Well, they only beat Fresno by 13. They were favored by 28.5.
I called that game for KRNU.
You mentioned Wisconsin. They were a 10-point dog. They lost by 31.
It's crazy. It was still 10.
They were a 17.5-point favorite against Northwestern and lost by 1, so that's minus 18.
And that was a late score.
And then Michigan.
Yeah, what was that line?
Michigan, they were a 4.5-point dog and lost by 28.
Oh, gross. That's disgusting stuff.
So that's where that number comes from. 2007, minus 68. 2012, 66.5. 2016, last winning season, they were minus 61.
And how much of that is I think Ohio State, they were like 15-point dogs.
Well, you'll see on the next slide.
Okay, perfect. Because that game.
Exactly why. Because
they lost by 59 in that game.
By the way, just for reference, last year Nebraska was minus 14.
Not too bad.
In the spread differential.
Not too bad.
These are the best and worst games.
Look at that. Wow.
In the best games, this is the most points that Nebraska covered the spread by. The Joe Gans special.
Oh, what a moment that was.
Against K-State. They covered that bad boy by 49.5 points.
One of the most fun random days that I had at the stadium as a college kid. I never expected that game to be fun, and it turned into an absolute blast.
Yeah, Nebraska was a 7.5-point underdog.
Oh, my gosh.
To Kansas State and won by 42.
Murdered them.
Because Joe Gans was a product of the system. He was a system
he's a system quarterback.
2019, nice. Scott Frost makes a positive list.
Hey, there you go, Frosty. Hey, two in a row, John. 2 in a row he makes it.
They covered the Maryland game in 2019 by 40.5. They covered the Northwestern game in 2021 by 37.5.
Those are, if memory serves, the two, most old school Nebraska just whoops the team games in the Frost era, right?
Yes.
Like, he never had another conference game where it was like, wow, that was easy. That game was easy. Both of those games were easy.
2010, when Bo and Taylor Martinez went to Washington.
Oh, what a game.
They covered that by 32. The interesting thing, though, is later that year when they rematched against Washington.
They probably got reverse covered.
They did. They were favored by 13.5. They lost by 12.
That game was gross. It was like 19-7. It was a disgusting football game.
What a weird
that team, Nick, again.
Was that a scoregami?
Has to be.
It could be.
That was such a fun season until it wasn't.
2014 Florida Atlantic.
Mentioned that game a little bit earlier.
28. The worst games.
Big Ten title game, baby. Wow.
2012 against Wisconsin. 2016 against Ohio State. 2017, Mike Riley getting crushed in his final game
at least it was
Iowa.
At least it was a beautiful day in Lincoln.
The reverse cover by Illinois in the COVID year 2020 is the fourth worst game, and the 2009. Now
they
remember
lost by
back.
17.
Remember
in that
back. The best season in point differential is 2009, but that season also featured being
a top 5 worst,
being one of the top 5 worst spread differential games since 2007.
So, John, I mean, that game could have been, or that season could have been so far out and about if they wouldn't. So they, real quick, so they didn't cover by 31.5 points. They lost by 17. So they're 14.5 point favorites that day versus Texas Tech.
They were 10.5 point favorites.
10.5 point favorites.
And they lost by 21.
Wow, that is pathetic.
But yeah, they had
wow. That game was such a bummer.
Had some doozies.
Yeah. Texas Tech went right down the field and scored. Nebraska turned the ball over on their second possession. Texas Tech scored again, and then I think the game was pretty.
Now, as I mentioned, I don't have complete numbers because I couldn't find enough closing lines. But
did you get some fun ones from like
2002?
Okay.
2002, of course, Nebraska's
going to be some bad stuff
of a national championship game appearance.
They got blitzed by Penn State. They lost by law versus Iowa State.
The program still had their streak of consecutive 9 win seasons.
They always went to bowl games.
I only have complete. They played 14 games.
So weird. They could have played 15 games that year.
I do not have data on the McNeese State game from that year, but I do have points from all the rest.
Oh boy. Oh man.
The 2002 Huskers.
Here, let me guess.
Would you like to guess the point differential?
Okay. I just want to go back real fast.
Spread differential.
Wow, so this is 13 games. So I'm looking at the worst seasons. I bet that this is going to be up there. I'm going to say minus 70.
Minus 114 and
Holy God. Yeah, because again, you mentioned it. They had the cachet still.
Yep.
So anytime early that they didn't cover, it took a while to catch up. But when they didn't cover, especially in those road games, they lose by 33 to Penn State.
Where they were favored by 5.
Oh, my gosh. They lost by 22 to Iowa State,
where
didn't
they were favored by 2.
Oh, my gosh. So, I mean, that's minus 24 and minus 38 in just those 2 games. They lost by Colorado to multiple scores at the end of the season.
Minus 16 in the spread differential.
Oh, wait. And I'm forgetting the Kansas State game. They got
minus
murdered.
23.5 in the spread differential.
And what was the line in that game?
In the Kansas State game, they were 12.5 point dogs.
Vegas never caught up with that team.
Vegas did not catch up with that team.
How many games did they cover that year?
They went
in the
they
13.
Went,
you
they
have.
went 5-8.
That is wild.
They went 5-8.
So when you bet against Nebraska,
but in their covers, they covered Arizona State by 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, they dominated.
They only covered Utah State by a half point.
Wow.
They only covered Missouri by 1. They did cover A&M by 13.5.
Did they cover against Kansas?
And they covered against Kansas by 2.
So when you bet against Nebraska, you either lost or you won it in the most easy way possible. It was like, wow, I don't even have to watch the second half anymore, or you're sweating it all the way down to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait, did you say the Oklahoma State game? That was a game where they got off to a good start, and I was like, oh, they're finally going to win.
They were favored by 8.5.
They lost on the road. 3. Another storm the field. How many times did teams storm the field against them that year?
I know Kansas did.
Kansas
I was
did.
There.
That was 04.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
But Iowa State for sure did,
Yeah,
and I'm fairly confident Oklahoma State did as well. I know you mentioned Texas. What was the Texas spread that year? They played so good. They should have won that game.
Texas.
Gross, they covered that. They had to have covered, right? Did they not cover? They covered.
This
by a lot.
can't be right.
That was.
I have this down as Nebraska was favored by 3 points in that game.
See, Vegas must have known something was up. That had to be. They played great that night. They played incredible.
One more thing, only because I have it, and again, don't have complete results.
Yeah.
But of the games I do have, which would have been 8 of the, how many did they play that year? 12?
In what year?
The 1995 team.
Yes. Oh, yeah. I was going to ask you about this.
The 1995 team.
Oh, they're going to be
the second greatest Nebraska
team. So
you
only have
time.
8. All right. Let me again go back to the best year. I'm going to say better than 09, plus 83.
In the 8 games I have, they were 110 points better than the spread.
Whoa. I mean, the Natty alone is going to give them what? Like
34?
I was going to say. Good.
34?
Good God. But they also played all those top 10 teams. So they they destroyed Kansas. They destroyed Colorado. They destroyed Kansas State. And those games, even the latter two, they have a lot of points by Kansas State and Colorado towards the end of the game. Wow.
And again, I wish I had all the numbers, but
yeah, seriously, where that season could have been.
All right, I'm trying to think. They probably covered K-State. They probably covered Colorado. They definitely covered Iowa State. That team,
they beat Iowa State like 77-14.
That team might have gone, because I don't think there would have been a line on the Pacific game. That team might have been 10-1 against.
And
the
Washington State's the only one that they didn't cover.
Washington State was the only one they didn't cover.
What was
that
the line?
Team may for 28, and they won by 14.
Wow.
That team, I think, may have gone 10-1 against the spread.
That would have been fun to talk about with Todd.
As
hey, Todd, do you like Nebraska?
As big a lines as they were, because they were favored by 4 touchdowns against Oklahoma State, 18 to Missouri, 27 to Arizona State, 28 to Washington State.
What was the Kansas
42
line?
To Missouri.
What was the Kansas line?
25.
And they were a top 10 team.
They were a top 10 team.
On the
Oklahoma,
road.
34.
Wow, they barely covered that one. What did they win that game? 38-0?
37-0.
37-0 Jace fan says, didn't they get obliterated by Baylor and Kansas in 07? Not by Baylor, but Missouri just mashed them. That was the game where the fan has the salt and then the poster says wound, which
that's the
props.
That's the game in which ESPN invited Matt Davison into the booth. He left the radio booth.
I know that
left the radio booth just to be on ESPN and basically explain why Nebraska is dying.
I know that they talked about that on Unsportsmanlike Conduct back then, but I just cannot imagine that being a topic. Like, hey, yeah, so the radio guy went into the TV booth to crap all over the program. That's wild. And what was the line in that game?
The 2007 Missouri game, they were a 6.5 point underdog.
Yeah, see, Vegas hadn't caught up yet because the signs were there. The signs were there that was like the last kind of chance. What was the Oklahoma State line the next week?
Nebraska by 3.
Oh, yeah, Vegas was not.
They lost by 31.
They did not catch up. It took a while.
So there you go. There's just some data. I keep track of those. I just thought I was looking through it today, and I thought, oh, this might be an interesting look through. But they always say good teams win. Great teams.
Mm-hmm. One more for Fired Up for Football. Joel writes, the weirdest thing about that 2009 Texas Tech game was that they still held them under 300 yards. Incredible defense.
Yes, they did.
Offense was
and
so
by
bad.
the way, congratulations, number 114. You can put it on the board. Yes. Cleveland 6, the White Sox 4. And now the White Sox are just 7 losses away from magic number 121, which would be the most losses in modern baseball history.
I'm glad I get to share this moment with you guys.
Me
These
too.
moments.
You'll never forget this moment,
You
Nick.
will never forget.
I will never forget this moment.
You will never forget this moment. But you will also not forget that coming up next, fired up for football. And once again, Lincoln and Omaha are being split up in their Sunday games. We'll explain and we'll find out. Does Josh Peterson actually have integrity?
Of course, integrity.
As we
Of course I do.
present Fired Up for Football, brought to you by War Horse Sportsbook here in Omaha on 1620 The Zone.
The year of our Lord 2024. A year that promises great change and great conflict. The accusations are already streaking across the rhetorical skies. The citizens are restless. It is a time of civil war. In college football, a new 12-team playoff marks a new chapter. An entire league has crumbled, and in its wake comes 4 mega conferences seeking to restore order to their championship games. How will ties be broken? Draw cards, a vote, a coin flip, an arm wrestling match? The National Football League brings its own unique drama to this action-packed card. The Chiefs go for an unprecedented three-peat. A new kickoff will restore action to special teams. And Aaron Rodgers will attempt to set a personal Jets record of 6 plays in a single season. Friends of the program, lend us your ears as Unsportsmanlike Conduct and Warhorse Sportsbook proudly present Fired Up for Football 2024.
Brought to you by Warhorse Sportsbook. It's week 3 in college football. It's week 2 in the NFL.
Comments coming in already, John. David texts in and just says GD because of the rhetorical skies.
Every year when we do the Fired Up for Football Open, there's always one line that gets all of us.
And that's the one this year.
Rhetorical skies.
Star Wars Fiend says, nice. Now we get to see how much Josh loves football and how much John can't stand it.
We get to find out if Josh has an ounce of integrity, as you are about to find out as we go through the college slate.
Look at this. Look at this.
What are we looking at?
Arizona and Kansas State, a battle of top 20 teams on a Friday. John, can I get a hell yeah? And you guys suck. Also, Arizona State at Texas State, that's fun as hell. That's some prime second TV stuff, man.
Texas State.
Yeah, you remember, you want these leagues to survive, but then you poo-poo the leagues. Travis says, hell yeah. Thank you, Travis.
Of course you do, because you're all sick.
And UNLV at Kansas.
Oh, I
can't wait.
That's not basketball, by the way.
I can't wait.
folks.
Speaking of basketball, when you start making your little Jays promos, toot it, what are those? I'm going to just go in the back end and add fart noises when they're playing bad teams.
Or you should change it from him saying tune in to toot in.
Yeah, there you go. Toot in, John.
The early Saturday games.
Oh, the CW. Hello, the CW.
Yes, you're going to notice there's a couple of new logos.
Nice.
Alabama, Wisconsin, that's big noon kickoff.
Speaking of games that could have large point spread differentials.
ABC, the College Game Day is in South Carolina for the first time in Elephant's age.
It's a bit of slim pickings.
You think?
It's a bit of slim pickings.
ESPN's got Memphis and Florida State.
Now that could be interesting. Well, Memphis, people are wondering, are they the best G5 team? Florida State, are they a tire fire? That's fun though. You can tune in for the car crash.
Sure, yeah.
You think Game Day will ever start doing like special Friday broadcasts if their game was big enough?
There are 2 games this week featuring ranked versus ranked teams. One is on a Friday night on Fox.
It's a great night for
the
football.
The other is on the ACC network at 11:45. Number 24 Boston College at number 6 Missouri.
Boston College. I don't believe it.
Good
there we go.
Lord.
Hey, what's up with the 2:30 window? You forgot a game in there, John.
What?
It's the Josh Peterson pervert special, Nevada at Minnesota.
Nobody cares. We need to
Yes, they do.
For this segment, what we need to do is you highlight a pervert game.
Yeah.
And then
that's a great idea.
Give that to John so then John can highlight the pervert, Josh Peterson's pervert game.
Stephen Godfrey calls it the G5 hipster game of the week. I could call this the pervert game.
You could.
Now, this is the game that I'm working.
It's only a pervert game because a pervert's going to be there.
No, don't call me that.
I mean, there's literally a logo that says you're a pervert.
Football pervert.
I watched a video last night for to learn about bad things not to do at work.
Fox
by this company that I work for now.
It's Oregon State. First time they're not in a conference together. CBS midday has Notre Dame, Purdue.
Oh, Notre Dame. Remember when they lost?
Yeah, I do, man. They have a stupid coach. He sucks.
The Apple Cup,
Look at these great games. Civil War, Apple Cup, and you're trying to poop. I'm going to change my grade. My grade was too negative.
Texas A&M at Florida.
That could be hilarious.
And
it
yes,
could.
The CW at 5:30. Ole Miss at Wake Forest.
Can't miss CW.
Excellent point from Max. What about the backyard brawl at 2:30? Yeah, Pitt and West Virginia, John. Remember that game in 07? What a year.
Do we know what the CW score bug looks like yet?
Mm-hmm. I've watched a game on the CW.
Do you like the score bug?
It's fine.
The evening games, ESPN, the always highly anticipated UTSA versus Texas game. CBS, Colorado State.
Awesome.
NBC, Indiana and UCLA. Important game for all of you Husker fans to watch.
Yeah, I was going to say, got to do a little advanced scouting.
ABC, number 1, Georgia's at Kentucky.
You know who hates Kentucky football?
Who?
Schaefer. Just randomly cannot stand Kentucky football.
Do they do the air raid offense?
No.
No?
The late games are BYU's at Wyoming on CBS Sports Network, San Diego State's at Cal, and True TV gets
very funny.
New Mexico State and Fresno State. So there's your college.
And there it is. There it is.
Go Panthers.
Who's doing post game this week? Oh, it's Ewan. He's
Jimmy
already
Allen.
here. Jimmy Allen's already in the building for bigger overreaction. He's not leaving.
Is there a name for? Is there a rivalry with San Diego State and Cal?
I don't know.
Can we call that the Woke Bowl?
I was going to say Lib Bowl. I like Woke Bowl more.
Not sure, but it's time to go to the NFL. Bills Dolphins tomorrow night on Prime Video.
Let's go.
Dolphins are wearing the throwbacks. I hope it's the teals.
And last week it was Fox. This week it's both Fox and CBS have split the Omaha and Lincoln markets, which means
it's like Solomon and the baby.
If you have access to both Lincoln and Omaha Fox and CBS affiliates, you have 4 games to choose from in the noon window.
That's a Bible reference for those of you
Omaha will have Colts Packers on Fox. Omaha will have 49ers and Vikings on CBS. Lincoln will have Saints Cowboys on Fox. Lincoln's Channel 10, CBS, will have Raiders at Ravens.
So which city would you rather be in this week?
Omaha.
Yeah,
I'd much rather watch
but you
49ers Vikings.
It's a wild how little you like watching the Cowboys. Even when
I
they're
hate the Cowboys.
I know, but even when they're good, you like don't want to watch them.
No, because
it's wild. Like
I know. I hate them.
You're so triggered. He wanted
I hate
He
them.
listened to Chargers Raiders because the Cowboys trigger him so. Like Tom Brady was a big
Your
story.
team is garbage. Your team sucks. It's the embodiment of
my
evil.
team's 1-0. Tom Brady's a big story, and you didn't even do your homework for the show because you're so triggered by my team. It's so weird.
Why didn't you get Michael to do the homework with you? Then you and Michael could have.
There you go. Maybe you actually do homework for once.
Well, Michael actually does what he's supposed to do.
The late game, of course, is Bengals Chiefs.
Not as interested
NBC
as I was.
Bears Texans, and
That's fun.
ESPN has Falcons Eagles. Real quick, because we do need to get to Mitch.
Yeah.
Your out of market specials in the noon window.
Kind of mid.
And
the Bucks Lions is fun.
My direct TV game of the week.
Nice.
Rams Cardinals.
That could be a fun game.
I will be
because the Cards are good
on my direct TV.
Travis says John Bishop calls Josh a football pervert, but willingly chose to listen to Chargers Raiders. Yeah, again, he's so triggered. It's wild.
No, it's based on how the TVs were set up and where we
can just turn it to Fox so you could listen to Brady so we could talk about it, break it down on the show.
No, because I had guests in the house. We had all 4 games going on.
Guests. People wanted to come over willingly and spend time with you in that attitude.
Well, now it is time to find out, does Josh have any
I changed my
integrity?
grade.
No, you can't change your grade.
I'm changing it to a B-.
You are, God, you're a fraud. That college slate is crap. It's a D.
B-. B-. It's overall a B-.
Unbelievable.
Overall a B-. Man, once you start looking through those games and you talk them out.
How exactly does
and I get
Greg
more,
Sankey's fart smell?
Well, that wasn't about the SEC games. It was about the other leagues. Dude, Indiana,
How
UCLA.
does Larry Scott
Indiana,
2.0, how does the sweat drip off of his taint?
I don't know, John. Every week.
You are disgusting.
Every week, you're always like, I like football, friends. And then every week you do this.
I do this because I have integrity.
B-.
That is a bad
Nick,
college schedule.
When you tweet out the grades, B- for me, college and NFL and overall. Thank you for your service, Nick. I appreciate you.
So everything's B-?
Everything's B-.
Okay.
I almost went with a B for college football. Pretty good. There's some good, interesting games.
No, you were fraud.
Fraud.
You are a fraud. Your grades mean nothing.
I like
absolutely nothing. You're just giving out A's all over the place.
I just gave B minuses.
You get an A. Oh, you flunked? Yeah, you get an A.
Hey, it's a B minus. John, I heard A for some reason. Do you need to clean out your ears?
It's a D.
Do you want
It's a D.
Do you want a Q-tip?
It's a D. NFL gets a B minus. How strange how we agree on the NFL. We never agree on the college.
Yeah, because
slate.
you grade way too harshly on it.
No, because
want
you
the
have
conference,
zero
You want the
integrity.
conferences to survive, and then you never say anything nice about them. You're always like, I hate you, and I wish you would die.
No.
But I also hope you live.
We need
to talk to Mitch.
We need better games.
I thought those games were solid. Minus.
Of course you did.
I can't wait to watch. I'm going to sit on my couch. Well, a hotel couch. I'll sit on the hotel couch, watch some football.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Josh Peterson, zero integrity.
Nice.
Mitch Holt is next on 1620 The Zone.
You ready? The most exciting announcer in professional football.
Picked off at the goal line. 20, 15, 10, 5. Jalen Watson. Welcome to the
Nobody can paint a picture with words quite like he can.
They might just be gargling in the nectar by that game. I think the rectal buzz that you get from the seat, maybe,
The man,
touchdown! Kansas City!
the myth,
You can doubt the Chiefs. You can dislike the Chiefs. You can disrespect the Chiefs. You're going to have to deal with the Chiefs.
the legend of the Hy-Vee salad bar.
You want to chuckle? Guess where right now? In the parking lot of the St. Joe Hy-Vee.
Mitch Holtis.
A 3-yard touchdown pass in overtime. Kansas City wins the game. 25-22.
I'm glad that clip is in there because I used to be really good at memorizing all the Super Bowl scores. I couldn't.
Can't do it as well now.
Asked me any day, hey, what was the final score in the Super Bowl? I could have told you who won.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't remember what the score
Honestly, I
was.
forgot that the 49ers had kicked a field goal on their first, or not their first drive, but on the drive that preceded the game-winning touchdown.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that a scoregami, by the way?
I'll check.
It should have been.
Yeah.
Hi, Mitch.
Gotta put him
Oh,
on the
you know
air.
what? It helps if I push
Super
the little
Bowl
red button.
scoregami.
I'm sorry, Mitch. I didn't have the button turned on. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. It feels like a Super Bowl scoregami.
Oh, it definitely is that.
Yeah.
But I wonder if
for
it was
sure.
like an actual scoregami. 25-22.
13 games.
22.
13 games in the history of football. The first was in 1979 that had 25-22. So that was 13th.
Well, don't leave us hanging. Who was playing in that game?
The Browns beat the Jets 25-22.
Ah, Brian Sipe and Richard Todd.
Mm-hmm. Let's see if the Cowboys were ever
Exhilarating.
involved.
Wow. That's just breathtaking for that one.
Yeah, it is. There you
Hey,
go.
I
That's
got a
kind of info you come here for.
Breathtaking, Mitch. You almost sounded
When
like
you
you
go-
were Kramer looking at a baby.
Oh, it was- I have a question for you when you go to Coach Mack for Creighton basketball this year.
Yeah.
If the guys, if you don't play the fight song, because you guys still are in the striped like overalls, right, or coveralls or whatever.
Well, that's the blue crew.
The blue crew, but no fight song. Each guy, when they make a basket or a timeout, must have their own song.
I get this reference, Mitch. This is a funny reference.
Like, what is going on? Wow.
Not good things for that program. Not good things.
I don't know if you saw the video, and I know Patrick was asked about it today, but this little cuzzo, uncle cuzzo thing is becoming a thing around here between the quarterback in these parts and the quarterback in your parts.
It's like he studied the video of every movement. I mean,
know.
it's like the great impersonators of the world. Who am I thinking of? I'm blanking out. That does
Frank Caliendo.
Yeah, he's Frank Caliendo.
Friend of the
It's like-
station.
he's the football. Yeah, he's the football version of Frank Caliendo. And if he keeps playing like this, he can do whatever he wants for Nebraska. But yeah, it's uncanny. He's got everything down. It's like fake Andy Reid. He'll show up at our Chiefs Kingdom shows, and he shows up, and everybody's like, "Coach is here, Coach is here," and no, he's not. That's just fake Andy Reid. But he can't get out of character, and so it's almost like Raiola is the same. But if he keeps playing that way, stay in character. So by all means.
Xavier Worthy's debut wasn't just about the splash plays. Obviously, he had the 2 touchdowns, but the speed that he brings can also be a huge benefit. In fact, just the threat of him going deep can really help open up the middle of the field. There was a play; it was to I think it was to Watson, completion over the middle late in the game. And a lot of that, again, Worthy and his perimeter speed is a real game changer for this team.
No, it's an awesome point. And we all thought, and even said during camp, because I featured Xavier in one day of our 20 camp reports, that it would open up for Kelsey. I was wrong. It opens it up for Rashee Rice, because now he has got room to do whatever he wants in about a 8 to 20 yard area, whether it's crossers or pivots or circles or angles or Tom and Jerry's or whatever you want to run. I mean, that was that, because he'll catch that quick slant. And a lot of times he's got linebackers on him because the safeties are, eyes are going to and fro looking for Xavier Worthy. That play was a calling card out to any Chiefs opponent coming up, because that play is not necessarily designed to score at that point of the field. It's just designed to get kind of the defensive eyes going side to side. that he was so fast. It was so well blocked, and it didn't take a whole lot to block for him, but he hit it so fast that he's by Kyle Hamilton in microseconds. But then it just allowed Rice to eat in the middle of the field the whole rest of the game.
Mitch, I want to look ahead to the game on Sunday afternoon. Kansas City and Cincinnati, usually in the Burrow-Mahomes eras, have played later in the year. They've been December games and obviously some January games as well. So this is the first time you've seen them this early. And Cincinnati, no matter what year it is, they always have gotten off to slow starts under Burrow. Some of that is his health, which, again, he's been dealing with stuff this offseason as well. What is it about this team and this franchise you think that they struggle so much in September and then they're able to find their footing in December and January?
Let's talk Nebraska here, because Nebraska might be involved in this conversation, because Zach Taylor, the ex-Cornhusker quarterback, if he loses this game, I mean, you guys have heard these stats, he'll be 1-11 in the first 2 weeks of the season for 6 straight years. Now, that's more in Burrow injuries, isn't it? I mean, there's more data. That's 6 years of slow starts.
Yeah.
And I was just looking it up, so I knew before I got on with you guys, if you start 0-2, your chance of making the playoffs is 12%.
Yep.
And your chance of winning the Super Bowl is 1%. 6% to win the division, and they're in a hard division. So it's, I don't know. It's got to be a lot of things, but I would think if you're Zach, and I like Zach, and I like his family in Sherwood, I knew his dad. I mean, know his dad. And I mean, the point is you'd have to look back at what are we doing wrong? Now, here's where I think a theory would be he has got to tell his guys, we're going to approach OTAs and training camp like the Chiefs do. I've told you guys for years, Andy Reid is into OTAs. He maximizes the time that you have in April, May, June to the max. And he's got Mahomes having his own OTAs even before the team starts. So I think Cincinnati, instead of like complaining about the Chiefs or being angry at them, are like, what do we need to do like they do? Because if Andy Reid wins this game, I've got to double look this up, but I'm pretty sure he'll be 29-9 in September. And so if you're working, and the numbers obviously are just the converse. If you start 2-0, I was looking this up, you're 64% chance to make the playoffs, 41% to win the division, and 8% to win the Super Bowl. Like the numbers are so dramatically divergent on a 2-0 versus an 0-2 start in this league that it would behoove you to think, hey, we got to pay attention to all this in April instead of waiting to September or October.
Mitch, what have you made of Steve Spagnuolo and his use of Leo Chenal? You know, it's kind of elevated or changed evolved over the first 3 years. He was actually showing some edge rushing at times on Thursday night.
He showed a little bit of everything, boys.
Yeah.
Now, I apologize. In those 20 reports, I can't get everything covered. But probably the 21st one would have been Leo Chenal. Now, here's why. If you retreat back to the playoffs of a year ago, he was awesome. And remember the strip of Christian McCaffrey in Super Bowl 58. But he was making plays like that. He had a sack, I think, in the AFC Championship game against Baltimore. But his ability, he's one of that 22 class that just continues to jump forward. And he had an awesome offseason. Going back, hey, April matters, May matters, June matters. Fans aren't paying attention, but coaches and players ought to. And he was awesome, and he was great in camp. He was one of the injured guys that was there in those first days of rookie time at training camp where he was getting all the reps. He was the green dot. He was playing the Mike, the Will, the Sam, nickel, dime. And that, to me, was invaluable for him. So he's climbing, and he can cover, he can rush, he'll play the run. I'm not going to say he's going to be a superstar, but he's making the right strides to be a really, really impactful player.
Hey, Mitch, speaking of defenses, Lou Anarumo's defense got a lot of praise, obviously, for that performance in the AFC Championship game a few years back. They had another good year in 2022, taking a bit of a step back, though, last year. What are you seeing? And obviously, insanely small sample size, but what did you see from their defense last year that maybe could tell a bit of a story in this one on Sunday?
Who now are we referencing?
Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator for the Bengals.
Oh yeah. No, for sure. Now, I was just studying today, Patrick's numbers against them are, you could argue he struggled more against them than any other team in the league during his career. It's 2-2 against them.
Yeah.
and he's only had one 300-yard passing game against him in those 4 games. Now, he's 1-1 in the playoffs, obviously. But I think it's a matter of him being somewhat Steve Spagnuolo-ish, where he tries to change up his coverage. I think he's had good players, underrated players like Hubbard and Hendrickson on the outside, which have tormented Chiefs teams in the past. I was a little bit surprised with their secondary struggling as they did. And I don't mean just against the pass. We always want to look at corners and safeties against the pass. And one of the secret sauces of the Chiefs, and I mentioned this, is their corners tackle very well and their safeties cover. So this is big for like a Dax Hill, who they moved from safety to corner. And then Cam Taylor-Britt, the Cornhusker, who had the injury problems a year ago, where those guys have got to be involved in the run game better because they got to come up and force when there is a run, because against New England, they got handled at the line of scrimmage, but the corners had chances to make tackles short of the first down, and they didn't make them. So to me, that's a big part of this game on Sunday.
Bengals the opponent, 3:25 start time, and of course we'll have Mitch's call on News Talk 1290. I had a friend ask me about accessing Mitch's calls from far, far away.
Oh, okay.
I believe, and Mitch, maybe you have this better grasp than I do. If you have a Sirius subscription, you can hear all the local radio. And I believe an NFL Plus subscription gets you that as well. Also, if you happen to be in the local team market, you can get them on TuneIn, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's all correct, all the way across the board. And because you're limited on like our flagship station now, we'll put it out and you can, get it off there. But when you're that far away, depending on where you're at, your best bet is to try to go in the avenues you just listed. But yeah, you can pick them up. There is a family, I kid you not, in Chile. They come to camp every year. It's their vacation. They come to training camp because they got like 10 kids. And this is a bush pilot missionary family. I'm making this up. They listen every game. It's like the highlight of their week. And they listen online. And it's a big deal to them. So, yeah, if you can listen in Chile, whoever was asking probably can get it some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, just look it up, and that's how you can find Mitch's broadcast. But, of course, if you're here in Omaha, News Talk 1290 for Kansas City and Cincinnati on Sunday. Mitch's reports always brought to you by Hy-Vee, official grocery partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, boys. Always festive when the Bengals come to town. It'll be another festive affair.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Mitch.
There he is, Mitch Holtis, the voice of the Kansas City Chiefs.
How about this? A statement.
How about?
Coming down from Jerry Reinsdorf on his team this year.
After loss number 114?
This is the purveyor of this is Vinny Duber, who is the beat writer from Chicago Sports, one of the websites without the vowels. Everyone in this organization is extremely unhappy with the results of this season. That goes without saying. This year has been very painful for all, especially our fans, but not you, John.
I'm not one of their fans.
We did not arrive here overnight, and solutions won't happen overnight either. Going back to last year, we have made difficult decisions and changes to begin building a foundation for future success. What has impressed me is how our players and staff have continued to work and bring a professional attitude to the ballpark each day, despite a historically difficult season. No one is happy with the results, but I commend the continued effort. I expect to have more to say at the end of the season. Why a statement today?
Maybe because he heard his name dropped on the Grum.
That could be because they didn't set a record yet.
No, he's just, they've set the White Sox record, but I think they did that last week. By the way, I give this White Sox season an A+.
Oh, wow. Interesting. So football games, you give a D, but White Sox losing 1 billion games is an A+.
No, they've only lost 114.
This is very, very sad.
Coming up next, despite ABC's attempts to steal our good name and airing dumb debates, we are the original dumb debates, and we will have that next, including another Alex Sindelar special in today's dumb debate.
Bunt?
Nope, no bunting in this one.
Dunks?
Oh. No dunks in this one. You'll find out next on 1620 The Zone. Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
Listen not to We Did Anyway, dumb debating.
John's computer sucks, Macs are the only way, dumb debating.
Fullbacks are running backs, hamburger steaks.
Josh is too dumb to eat a cupcake.
Mayo in a base.
Does John like Nebraska or Creighton?
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Die for the pylon or give up on the plate, dumb debating.
Millennials are great and old should go away, dumb debating.
Rarely do we find any common ground.
Josh wants his food to be the best around.
Even if it gives him fatal flatulation.
Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. When a tree falls down and nobody's around, you can bet your ass it won't make a sound. Water ain't wet, you know nothing about hydration. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating. Just three radio hosts on air, dumb debating.
This is that time of week where we take your debates and we bring them to the people. And all you have to do is send us your questions. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. Or use the JTech Construction Zone Twitter X feed at USC1620. Please use the hashtag #DumbDebates.
Makes it easier to find the questions on future days.
Yes, it does. One from the inbox.
Lovely.
From Chris. Money Chris.
Oh, what's up, Chris?
Money Chris.
Says, just for the sake of a dumb debate, let's say we had to make a new hire for head coach today. Do you take Dion or Scott Frost?
Frost.
Damn, you took my answer.
Yeah, I feel like you're selling your soul if you're going after Prime. Mainly because, like, you're going to get a lot of fame. But I think it was Odson who said this earlier this week. I'd rather lose anonymously than lose so very publicly. And like if it's Nebraska, I guess you're always losing publicly. But with Deion Sanders, you lose in a way where everyone is rooting against it.
Yeah.
And there's a part, again, it feels like you're selling your soul a little bit to try to do it. Whereas Frost is just a bad coach.
Part of this is I'm banking on the fact that after, granted, he has outside of, he's had this job with the Rams as an analyst for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's done a great job.
That there might be an element of more introspection and not, believing all the headlines that were written about him, and maybe having a little more humility that at least there's a chance that it won't go as poorly. But at least even if it did, I don't think you would have the same level of vitriol, because a lot of people would. What I'm really going to be fascinated about is how people look at Colorado after Deion's gone.
Yeah, like will people view them as like, wow, look at what you did.
Yeah,
you did this.
You brought this gimmick on yourself, and because and listen, there's going to be a lot of the same people that will have those takes were the same people who are like fawning all over Deion.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how it works, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're all mesmerized by celebrity until that celebrity steers us wrong.
100%.
Once upon a time, many, 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 many people loved Donald Trump in the celebrity sphere.
Oh, yeah.
And now many of those same people don't like Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing could happen here with Deion.
Yeah, well, like you said, it'll be interesting with Colorado. It'll also be interesting to see what happens with him and how he is viewed and how people take him in. He'll do something. He'll be on TV.
Oh, sure.
He'll be a coach. He'll do something.
Jarrah's going to hire him before he dies.
No, he is not. Nick?
I think it would be a worse look nationally for Nebraska if they went back to Frost than if they went to Dion. Because Dion, yeah, he talks a game and he's annoying. But
so you're saying hire Dion just because you've already had Frost?
We've already had Frost, and I think that
interesting.
The state has already had Frost, and I think
Royal we.
Thank you.
He keeps calling Nebraska we. I just don't know if he's a fan or not. I'm just asking.
In my calendar for the game I'm going to on Saturday, I have it as UNI game.
Yeah, well, you keep calling Nebraska we, you're going to have to start changing it to Nebraska game. What if the school isn't Nebraska? What if it's just any school? Does it change your answer?
What do you mean?
So if instead of in Nebraska, it's Iowa is hiring a coach, does it change your answer?
Yeah.
It's Frost?
Yeah.
So Nebraska is just because they've already had
Nebraska's because they've already done that. And then I think that's still going to be a national story anyway with where Nebraska's at now. Either way, it's going to be national stories, but I think it would be less embarrassing if Dion was here than if Frost was here.
In the spirit of the question, because it is a wild hypothetical, obviously you're not going to be just down to those two choices. Just if you were an athletic director and those were the only two choices you had, forget about what the school is. Just say it's
Frost.
Generic school.
Frost is the answer.
To me, Frost is the answer.
Yes.
Yeah. Mike asks, would you rather pay to go to a watch party for a regular season game at your team stadium or literally anything else? I've always found those. The answer is literally anything else. I've always found those very odd.
What the
just watch parties at a stadium where your team is not playing that day. Like they showed shots of Lambeau and the link on Friday. And I get watching things as a community, but I don't know. They're big screens, as big as they are, they're still so far away. And I wouldn't want to go to a stadium and have to crane my neck at because it's like the big screen's in front of you. You have to turn and look at it. So yeah, no thanks.
I mean, they're not. The people that are going, it's not like they're selling out the stadium. And nowadays in stadiums,
that's what he's asking though. Would you rather pay to go to a watch party for a regular season game at your team stadium or literally anything else? I have no desire to ever go to like if Nebraska was like, hey, we're having a watch party at Memorial Stadium. I'd say, have fun. I'm going to stay at home on my couch.
I think it'd be a fun one-off.
Yeah.
That's why you're going. You're going for the communal
experience
aspect because you're surrounded by.
No, again, I get all that. It's just the craning of my neck. I don't want to crane my neck.
Do you crane your neck when you watch movies? Because I imagine it would be similar to going to a movie theater.
It wouldn't though, depending on where you're sitting.
Like John said, it's not going to sell out though. You're going to get a good seat.
Yeah.
But you're not okay. So at Memorial Stadium, what would be the best seat to have? Because it still's not going to be a great view.
I think it depends on the stadium.
But even pro stadiums, unless
if you're at Jerry World,
now that is different. If it's a dome or the Rams Stadium, SoFi, where the thing is in the middle.
I think
if you're not, it would suck.
I think a baseball stadium lends itself to this better because I feel like all of the boards are kind of better placed in baseball stadiums. The scoreboards.
Yeah, but you're still so far away.
Yeah, you're far away from it.
Yeah, but they're really big.
Yeah, but as big as the thing is, I would not want to watch a game on it. It's too far away.
I'd do it in Coors because of the view.
Let's just keep the sports questions going. Okay, so this is the one that
you were the one that was complaining about.
So I just don't want it to be like who is better, Nebraska or Iowa.
So the obvious answer is Iowa.
I was listening to a podcast yesterday, and they were talking about Dak's contract, and then somebody offhandedly mentioned this, and so I thought this is a great question. Which athlete in American sports, professional team American sports, will be the first to get a salary of $100 million a year?
Some freshman who's in college right now, probably. That
you think so?
That nobody knows yet.
See, I was thinking about this last week.
It won't be an NIL thing, and even if it was, we won't.
He's saying someone who is currently he's basically saying like a Dylan Raiola, because by the time that Raiola is at a place to get the second deal,
not necessarily Raiola, but it's going to be somebody we don't know.
See, now I disagree. So here I have my pick. Do you have a guess at all? I think the answer is Big Vic in San Antonio. No, I don't know if he'll be with San Antonio. But the NBA already has salaries that are above $60 million.
Yeah.
So they're close. It's not going to be LeBron because he's too old. It's not going to be Harden. He's too old. It's not going to be Steph. He's too old. So you got to find somebody in the NBA that is a special talent. And I think that he might be the most special talent because he's a freakazoid. He's 7 foot whatever. And he's super athletic.
Also, when he holds a basketball, it looks like
the NBA.
softball.
The NBA is the most likely candidate for which league it would happen in.
Because like Shohei not getting it You know,
well,
it's like
Shohei's deal is, I mean, he's locked in.
That's true. Yeah, exactly. So it's like, okay, if Shohei can't get it, then no baseball player can get it. I mean, I did think about Mahomes because anytime he wants more money.
All right, hold on a second.
Yeah, am I forgetting somebody?
Well, basketball does it quickly, but I feel like the NFL takes bigger leaps than basketball does.
And the NFL takes big leaps fairly quickly too, where it's like chunk. Like Dak is at 60 now. And not that long ago, $50 million for a quarterback was like, wow, $50 million.
I feel like every few months we hear the new salary for somebody and we're like, this is crazy.
Who are you looking at, John?
Oh, I forgot that Bobby Witt signed an 11-year.
Yep, he's good to go.
He's locked.
So I think baseball is kind of out in this discussion. I think you have to go to football, but I think you mainly have to go to basketball.
It's out unless again, there's some phenom. Well,
Charles says Anthony Edwards. Mike says Anthony Edwards, Jokic, or Luka. See, Luka's a good one. Anthony Edwards is a good one. Max says whichever sport gets poached by the Saudis. So again, we're just talking professional team sports.
Yeah.
So like golf won't count here. Charles says Judge.
What about Live? Live is a team sport.
Yeah, nice, Nick. What about Aaron Judge? What's Aaron Judge's salary and when does it end?
Now, now it's not going to happen, but Juan Soto is going to be the biggest free agent this year.
Mm-hmm.
But like if Shohei couldn't command that much money, then like no offense to Juan Soto, but he's not going to be able to command that.
Juan Soto's great,
not
but
right
he's
now
Shohei.
because we haven't reached that level.
And baseball,
Aaron Judge is signed through 2031.
It's a basketball player. I think it's
a basketball player.
I think Victor Wembanyama, like his contract is going to be up soon relative terms. But I think some of the other names, Luka's a really good one to mention because he is still young and he's really, really good. But I think my answer, I think it's Victor Wembanyama. I think he'll be the first $100 million a year player.
All right, from friend of the Grum, Alex Sindelar. In the same spirit of the very controversial question from several months ago, when Josh chose farts over food, or food over farts, and I tried to explain to him the theory of multiplicity, and this is a similar question.
Perfect.
Kind of.
Give it to me.
Would you rather drive a souped-up sports car across the country, Cannonball Run style? That's a race across the country.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to listen to disco at volume levels that increase by 5 decibels every 50 miles.
Oh, my gosh.
Or be the face of a 24-hour telethon to raise money to get serial killers out of prison.
What a question.
Give me Disco Ball Run. Are you kidding me? That's awesome.
Nick, you're going to go deaf, though.
Yes, you're going to go deaf. Now, Alex,
what does Cannonball Run style mean?
Cannonball Run is
LA to New York.
You're trying to go as fast as you can and you're breaking the speed limit, but you're trying to avoid the cops.
Okay. He has a follow-up?
Well, he's got a follow-up because Husker Fan for Life pointed out that if you're going across country and the music is going up by 5 decibels, even starting at 0, every 50 miles, you're talking
going to go deaf.
You're talking about,
you're rupturing eardrums.
Exactly.
Okay.
So instead, Alex said, I didn't put enough thought into it and did bad math. But so they did change it to every 110 miles. So basically, by the time you got to the end of the Cannonball Run, you're basically talking about, Kansas City Chiefs level stadium sound. But you're having to listen to disco.
So
all the way across.
New York to LA is 2,445 miles.
Yes.
So at the end, it would sound like an NFL stadium, but for much of the end, it would sound close to an NFL stadium for hours.
And you're listening to disco.
But it's not going to make me deaf level yet by the end.
It shouldn't.
Okay, I think that's my answer.
No, Disco Ball Run is it's the easiest answer.
Yeah, when it was the first one where it was just going to go up 5 decibels every 50 miles, then it was just going to be game over. So I was going to actually do the serial killer telethon. But if I'm not going to go deaf, and it's not a guarantee, I mean, it's still going to be really loud for much of it.
I mean, keep in mind, you can run for president as a felon or as someone who raises money to release felons from prison. You can do that.
Do you want to run for president, though, or do you want to do Disco Ball Run?
No, I just want to survive. But I don't want to go deaf.
I mean,
what's your answer?
This would be a hell of a feather in your cap for the murder cult.
Yeah, but that'd be too.
It's the Josh Peterson murder cult. You could be like the Jerry Lewis of murder cults.
See, but that'd be too on the nose.
Or the Dick Clark.
That'd be too on the nose.
You could be like the Dick Clark.
Well, Dick Clark
never
did telethon. Jerry Lewis.
Mike says Josh would do decibels if it was a podcast. Yeah, that's a bummer. I couldn't listen to my podcasts unless I turned up those really loud on my phone.
See, that's the challenge for Josh. It's not listening to the disco. It's not driving fast across the country. It's having to go that entire, it's probably like a 2-day journey without listening to any podcasts.
That's a lot of, my library would be so large. I'd have to skip some by that point.
Oh,
in time.
no.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to do the driving, though.
Well, now that they have adjusted the levels so that I won't go deaf.
Is that your answer? Now
Disco
Dave
ball
5
run.
points out sounds above 185 decibels can cause death by impacting your inner organs. And what was the loudness here? 127.
Yeah,
so it's not going to destroy my inner organs.
By the time we,
man, that's
so it's either free the killers or be killed.
Yeah,
by death by overexposure to disco
by
music.
1,000 songs.
What a way to go. If I died because my organs got impacted listening to ABBA, that would be sick.
You're sick.
I want this. This sounds awesome.
Oh my God.
Disco ball run. Hell yeah, baby.
Severe says disco is awesome.
Hell yeah, it is, Severe.
I can tolerate.
I can't wait for you and Michael to yell at each other on Friday.
I love
I'm
disco.
at a radio station in Minnesota. Good times.
Why am I yelling at Michael?
No, Nick and
I don't think we have anything to yell about this time.
He'll find.
We don't have to worry about retcons and Super Troopers.
He'll find something you say that he's like.
No, he'll probably yell. Michael will probably yell at Nick for picking Super Troopers.
Probably, yeah,
because he didn't want to see.
He
Super
doesn't
Troopers.
want to watch something funny. Cody,
that's a reminder. We'll be at Omaha Ron College.
Some of us will be. Yeah. Cody says, when you use plastic silverware, do you wash it prior to use? This is coming out of a factory, and the boxes are not sealed, so product is easily tampered with.
No,
I've
never thought about it.
I never have thought about that one time.
It's like the whole ramen thing where it's like if you get ramen noodles, the really cheap ones.
Yeah.
But if you see the warehouses they're stored in.
Oh, should you just not eat it?
Like not eat it raw, at least, because some people eat it raw.
I don't eat it raw.
I think
I've survived this long by not washing my plastic silverware, so I'm not going to start now.
Yeah, I'm probably fine. Good for the immune system.
Well,
rub some dirt in it.
Bingo, Nick. It's good to eat dirt sometimes.
My guess is that they probably they do something in the manufacturing process to protect it.
Yeah, they probably put chemicals on there that you then ingest.
Well, we're ingesting chemicals all the time, but what I'm saying is, I'm guessing they're being somewhat safe with the.
You're putting a lot more faith in.
You are putting a lot
systems than I would.
We're gonna find out that it's like the jungle.
You already
but
are
for
because how many
plasticware.
times have you had plastic silverware?
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not that I didn't put faith. I just didn't ever think about this, but I'm just going to keep going with it. I've lived this long.
So you are putting faith into it.
I'm putting faith in my immune system. It's a tough ass immune system. I work very hard.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Drinks a lot of orange juice.
we were all masking up a few years ago, and remember it killed all of our immune systems.
Well, wait, are you saying that the billions of people who died, John?
We have to rebuild. We have to fight it back.
Well,
Build
that's
back
why,
better.
That's why I'm going to keep eating with the plastic.
So am I. Though I don't like eating with the plastic silver because more often than not the damn thing
breaks. Exactly.
Yeah, those things are not good at cutting.
Sky says if you could steal one animal from the zoo, what would it be?
Steal an animal?
Yep.
Giraffe.
What the hell are you going to do with a giraffe?
And where are you
What
going
are
to
you going
store
to do
it?
with any of these zoo animals,
Well,
John? I'm answering the question.
It could be a fish. You just take one of the little fish.
Oh, that'd be fun. A fun, bright fish.
Some of these fish need salt water and then special tanks and treatments. Otherwise, you're just going to take a fish and it's going to die.
Well, no, they have freshwater fish too.
Now Michael's texting me about retcon. Text Nick about retcon. I don't want to argue with you, Michael.
You brought this on yourself.
Giraffe, because I think they're goofy and I like them.
But again, where would you store
what are you
it?
going to do? What are you going to tie the thing up outside, up to the sign there, so he doesn't walk away?
Yeah,
That'd
why
be
not?
awesome.
He
The
could be the
official
nerd media mascot.
Yeah, look at the giraffe out there.
Yeah, and when he breaks the
1620
when
the
he breaks
giraffe.
it because you don't tie the knot properly, and he walks in the middle of Dodge Street and gets crushed.
Sean, he'll be a well-behaved giraffe.
You don't know this.
Yes, I do. I can train a giraffe.
You've never
There's
trained.
not a movie called How to Train a Giraffe.
There should be.
I'm trying to think of like a cuddly little animal that wouldn't want to murder me. I don't know the answer to that.
One of the birds. Get a bird.
No, I don't know. Birds they poop everywhere.
Everything poops everywhere, Josh.
Yeah,
There's
but
a whole book about
birds
it.
just fly and then it poops. No thanks. I don't want a bird. John, you probably getting one of the weird looking fish would be fun. Sure, I'll take a weird fish. I don't even like fish. I don't want an aquarium in my home, but I'll take one of those fish. And I don't have to be bothered by it.
You're missing an opportunity to have a giraffe.
Yeah, I guess I am.
I'm just trying to think if there's any little.
One of the penguins could be fun too.
Jordan says I'd sell a peacock and chase Nick around with it.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Let's get a peacock and bring it into the zone.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
My giraffe would protect me.
By the way,
we need like back in the day, Carson used to have Joan Embry from the zoo come in and bring in animals. We need to have a segment like that where someone from Henry Dorley comes in and brings in a peacock just to see what Nick does.
Mm.
And then maybe ties up a giraffe out in our parking lot.
Hell yeah.
Zach emails it. Now, do you know about the Shannon Sharp situation?
I saw something and I meant to watch it.
Well,
I don't think you have to watch it. It's pretty self-explanatory.
Well, I just heard that he claims that his social media was hacked.
But do you know about the other part of the story?
No.
Look at the Twitter DM that I sent.
So Shannon Sharp
Well, that's
apparently...
what I said. I was going to watch it. I haven't seen
So
it yet.
Shannon Sharp apparently, he went on Instagram Live and he was having relations with somebody. And it actually... So Instagram Live, John, is like... I mean,
That's like,
you know what it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I've
All right,
done it.
perfect.
I've
So we
used
all
it.
know what it is. All right, Zach asks, who between Josh, John, and Nick would be most likely to accidentally leak a Shannon Sharp-esque video?
Well, I know how to use technology, so not me.
Yeah, but...
Also, my phone, I don't
But you also
need
use
my
the
phone.
technology.
I don't need my phone within reaching distance.
Well, neither
if
do
I'm
I.
doing
See,
things.
but I bet Nick's doing stuff more often than you and I are. We're married now.
Heyo.
Not to each other.
I think
That's the answer. It's
I think
Nick
it's Nick.
because there's more quantity.
But I'm nowhere near my phone.
Your phone's not like
Where's
on
your
an
phone right now?
end table.
In my pocket.
It's not on an end table. It's not in your pocket when maybe the kissing starts.
Well, if it's in my pocket when the kissing starts, then it's
Yeah.
going to stay in my pocket after the kissing is well
Yeah,
past.
well, then it's still close by.
Sing it asleep
Still close by, Nick.
after the love.
But like the only way this would happen is if you're messing with your phone while this is happening. Unless his phone just did it by himself.
Why can't that happen? Why can't you be messing around on it and the
why-
mood strikes?
You could have been you could have been shooting one of your TikToks and going, hey, you know it'd be cool if I did my little thing in front of this Buc-ee's.
And then she's
convenience
like,
store.
wow, I'm so turned on by
and then
you, Nick.
and then she's like, oh, this brisket at Buc-ee's really turns me on, and it starts
Suddenly
right there.
everything happens, and then
First
you're
of all-
like, I'm Shannon Sharp.
The Buc-ee's brisket is good, but it's not Goldberg's curly fries, all right?
Well, nothing is, Nick. Man, that sounds delicious right now.
I mean,
The answer is Nick. Again, the quantity.
Yeah, it's just the sheer quantity of you
Nick,
wanting
congrats.
to.
It's a congratulations to you. You're still in your 20s.
It could be happening on the Frolf course.
Yep, exactly.
It's not happening on the Frolf
Star
course.
Wars Fiend
It
says no
could.
one wants to see John on video. Yeah, the follow-up
No,
is
no one
which
wants
of
to
us
see-
do our
no.
listeners most want to see
To
in
be
a
fair,
Shannon Sharp type
in
video?
the Sharp video, we don't see anything, do we? It's just a bunch of grunting and a floor.
I don't know. You tell us, Nick. You've barely watched it already.
I haven't watched.
You've broken down the all two.
It's running here on my computer. It looks like the phone
It's
is
just a
pointed
bunch of
down
grunting
at
in the floor.
Yeah.
People are like, you heard him.
See, that could happen.
Somebody described it
could happen.
as he's breathing like he's trying to start a lawnmower.
Well, I'll have to check this out during the break. I've been meaning to.
Maybe upload it to zonetv.live. KD says, by the way, stealing an animal, koala. Got to be a koala. See, but aren't they
They have
murderous?
syphilis.
Are they murderous?
Koalas are known for having syphilis.
Mm.
Do you want the syphilis from a koala?
Are you saying the koala is a syphilis bear?
Hey, kids. By the way, Severe just sent in a photo of him with somebody from the zoo, and is that a penguin?
They had a
Penguin.
That was back when the other show had the tiny baby board instead of the big giant one that they use all the time.
Yeah. They had animals come in once.
Yeah, mine. It's either giraffe or
People
penguin.
like
Giraffe.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct was a better show back then. Everybody knows that they liked Kevin and Michael more than they like you
Yeah.
and me. And we never get animals. Or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Why haven't you booked Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Nick?
Kareem
Or
Abdul-Jabbar.
Daryl Strawberry.
Yeah. Who do John and I
Or
talk
Alyssa
to?
Milano.
Yeah, Mitch Holtis and Mike Schaefer. No offense.
You know what? Fine. I'll book
Wow.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and we can talk about social justice and stuff and the like
Sounds great.
for 45 minutes.
I would love to talk to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
He seems extremely insightful. I think he'd be.
He
really
is. He's insanely smart.
Yes.
It'd be a really good interview.
By the way, Michael has followed up and said in the next picture, it bit me. That's a bummer.
See, that'd be the thing. He gets the giraffe, and it turns out to be one of those mean giraffes, and it bites him.
It would be a well-behaved giraffe, John.
Dave
You
Fight
don't
says
know this.
radio is a great medium for live animals. Yeah, the theater of the mind. But we're on zonetv.live.
Yeah,
Zone
now
TV
we're
dot
on.
live.
See, back then, that's
It's
one
just-
thing this Grum has that Grum didn't. We have ZoneTV.live.
Yeah, they had something called Lacy Cam. It was a different time.
Yeah, and then
perverts would just log on and watch Lacey.
And then certain guests would like leer at her.
How the hell did Lacey get through that generation?
Wouldn't they leave messages for her on her voicemail?
Nick, how did Lacey get through that generation?
Lacey is
very easily.
Yeah, Lacey is
not. She's not troubled by many things.
Lacey is the funniest person that I like actually know in my life. Lacey is the funniest person.
Well, props to you, Lacey, for putting up with all that BS.
Oh, she wasn't putting up with anything. She was like she was having fun with it.
She was having fun with it.
Yeah, she really was.
She didn't mind.
Kevin and Lacey together, that should be a podcast. It would
Well,
have
it
to have the
depends. Are they
explicit
fighting that
tag.
day or not? They had their moments.
Kevin's going to kill you for that. I cannot believe you just said that.
Boo. Everyone knew that they were squabbling half the time.
They're friends now.
Yes, they're friends now.
They're great friends.
Friends now. But
Mike comments, "Hey, Kareem, I hear you like weed." There you go. First question.
All right, well, I got to watch the Shannon Sharp video now.
You sound so excited about it.
Actually, hear
Listen to it.
because there's no. Again, it's just shooting at the floor.
I wonder if he'll sound like the principal in Forrest Gump. Thank you, Nick.
Would you rather go on a cannonball run style thing, but every 150 miles, Shannon Sharp grunting?
Turned up 5 decibels? Hey, at least there's a little silence in the grunting.
Okay, there's dumb debates for another
Wow.
week. See, didn't you learn more during these dumb debates than you did in any other dumb debates you may have incurred this week?
I certainly did.
I did too.
Mm-hmm.
We learned about math.
We did indeed.
And other things on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. Unsportsmanlike conduct. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, zonetv.live.
So-
Many places.
Many places.
John, what's your breakdown? Let's do Big Shannon Sharp video overreaction.
Oh yeah, John watched the video.
I mean,
a couple times.
No, just once. It was a lot of moaning. I didn't really hear him. I heard her.
A lot more of her than him.
I was disappointed though in the comments. I
good
thought
job,
there'd be
Shannon.
a lot more like humor in the comments. Instead, it was just a lot of WTF, what's this? I don't understand. Laughing emojis. I mean, there's like I was
People aren't
hoping
as-
there'd be like
people aren't
more-
as funny as Lacey.
There'd be like more snarkiness and humor.
Yeah, people. It's just kind of stunning, right? You log on to Instagram and you're seeing some ads, and then suddenly Shannon Sharp is having relations. You don't really expect that,
Right, but all it is, it's the camera. I think it's pointed either down
or
at the
up,
floor. All you see is either a floor or a wall or a ceiling.
Yeah,
and then the noises.
So people found that humorous.
Yeah.
You know what else people are going to find humorous?
No.
The need to get to 6 game tomorrow, when we will be giving away Vala's Pumpkin Patch.
Oh, is that how that works?
Tickets, indeed. And right now, John,
I thought we were
still
just playing for S's and G's.
Well, we could do that as well, but still, we're also giving them away on the website.
We are
1620thezone.com. Go there right now. The website is full of fun, prizes, giveaways, emails, pick'ems, so many things.
No,
I feel like we're the station that loves their listeners.
We do. I mean, we're giving away $25,000 this fall.
Mm-hmm.
Which, by the way, get your picks in.
Wow, 25K.
Also,
Get your
subscribe to
picks
the
in.
email.
It's a guaranteed $2,500 a week.
One of you will win $2,500.
Yes. Every week for the next 10 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
2,500 times 10 is 2,025. It's got to be your bowl.
$25,000.
Good math, John.
Jinx. Yeah, indeed. So yeah, go do all of those things right now.
You wouldn't have a problem saying $25,000 if you had a giraffe, John.
I don't know what that would have to do with anything.
No, I'd be too stressed out about what the hell am I going to do with this damn
my
giraffe.
Yeah.
Have it, feed it, love it.
No, it's way too damn big. Where are you going to? And plus that, you probably need a permit.
They have
With
giraffe permits.
With all the red tape that exists in government these days. You
By the
wanna
way,
deal with that?
Corey wants to know, going back to the question about driving across the country,
Yeah.
what if you had to listen to Baby Shark over and over with the same situation?
Oh, then I'm hosting the telethon.
Baby Shark, do.
I would be good for a while because I'm really good at tuning things out if I don't care. Plus, if I'm driving a sports car, I'm fine.
A
Yeah,
text
but
from
if it's getting progressively louder,
that's why I
and
said for a
louder
while.
and louder, and at some point you're driving the car into a bridge abutment.
Another text, and this is maybe one for Nick from the 402. And this is someone who struggled a little bit with the pick'em so far. Is there a way to see my picks, like a confirmation or something? We do not send a confirmation email after you get your picks in.
No.
So you just would have had to remember on that page.
Write them down.
You got the picks in. Texter, your picks are in.
They're in.
Yeah, as long as you picked all 10 games, you're good to go.
Yeah, they're in. They're
You're good to go. You're good to go. You just make the picks. That's all you need to do. And again, subscribe to the email, 1620 the email, because you'll get the link for the picks a day earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And it's important because in case of a tie, and there'll be a lot of ties, I have a feeling. There will be a lot of ties.
Oh, yeah.
Will we get any 10-0s in 10 weeks?
Well,
that's hard to do. Because our goal is we are going to, because we're not picking against the spread, we are going to choose a lot of games that are 50-50 games.
Tight money line splits.
Yeah,
some
we're
would
not
say.
gonna we're
The
not
best
gonna
splits.
we're not just gonna make it real easy. We're gonna try to get the most competitive games of the week, theoretically.
Yeah, so like Nebraska's game versus Northern Iowa.
Not
We
on
didn't put it in there this week. You know, if
Yeah.
it would have been ATS, we would have because it's Nebraska, but not when they're favored by 1 billion. Now, next week's game versus Illinois, I would imagine that game will be inside
probably.
of there. But yeah, we're going to try to, have big games. And there's a big, big weekend of games, as we talked about earlier and fired up for football. Never mind. Nathan says, I got a confirmation email that told me my picks were in. All right, never mind. Maybe I'm misremembering. Just go pick them.
I think we're going to get 2 weeks where we get a perfect week.
Yeah, I definitely think it's going to happen.
2 weeks where we get a perfect week. 2 out of 10.
The issue is going to be for perfection is that the NFL is wild, and it is
NFL is wild.
It's like, how many times have I done a parlay? Oh man, I have all these 5 teams on the money line, and then it's like 2 of them lose. Like, all right, never mind. It's very difficult. It's very difficult.
No, it is difficult. Almost as difficult as what the Browns are going to have to try to figure out with Deshaun Watson, who was accused of another.
Yeah, we didn't talk about this yesterday.
Sexual assault, but I was reading from Florio. If the Browns said,
I was going to say
bye-bye.
Yeah, the dead cap hit next year is a lot.
The contract would trigger a total cap charge of $80.77 million. If he was released after next June, the cap charge would be $26.9 million for next year and $53.8 million for 2026.
The Browns made their bed.
Oh, they did.
They dug their grave.
They did.
Now they got to lay in it.
I feel really bad for one of our listeners, El Scorcho, is a dear, dear friend of the Grum.
I feel bad for Browns
He loves the Browns.
Because many Browns fans, I know that eventually a lot of them came around and said, well, he's our quarterback and we support him. But there were many Browns fans who were like, man, I hate this.
I've seen some pictures from tailgates.
Well, it's one thing to sell your soul to the devil. It's another thing to sell your soul to the devil and not even get anything in return.
Yeah.
It would have been a tough pill to swallow for a lot of folks, but they're not even getting the positive that comes from this.
I saw a really fun side-by-side of what the trade deal between the Texans and Deshaun Watson offered between the two, and the Texans have just player after player after player after player after player.
Yeah, they've gotten
after
good players, and they don't have a nasty man on their team, and they have an awesome young quarterback now in C.J. Stroud.
I love C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
It could end up being the dirtier version of the Herschel Walker trade.
100%. Yeah, where the Cowboys easily won that. The Texans are easily going to win this. They've already won it. Again, in the eyes of me in the public, they've already won the trade, let alone with stuff on the field.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here's El Scorcho. I tune into you guys to laugh, not to cry.
I'm sorry, El Scorcho.
Sorry, El Scorcho. Thanks for listening.
I'm sorry it had to happen, but it's happening.
Mm-hmm.
And Deshaun's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, and I have to think that the distractions and just everything that has happened the last couple of years has played into his immediate drop-off in performance.
Yes.
Not just injury, but I think upstairs.
So
when you're in the NFL,
you're a different dude.
At that high of a level, you have to be incredibly confident.
Yep.
Your mental game has to be on point. It would not be a surprise if his mental game has gone way, way down.
Oh, yeah.
Because he was able to do something and get away with something for years, and then he got caught. It had to change him. And this isn't like defending him or trying to understand. I'm just saying, I bet that happened to him.
Travis in YouTube says, doesn't it matter whether or not the Browns were made aware of his accusation before he signed the contract? Everybody was aware of it.
Well, they knew.
Everybody knew.
That's the problem.
Nobody wanted him.
Yeah, except for them. And
right. There were already all of the other cases that were here. This is just another case on top of it. Oh, and by the way, he has been forget about his personal life and his off-field transgressions. It has been a bad investment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, how many games?
Just as a player, it has been a bad investment. He hasn't done anything for them.
Well, how about this stat? So his last full season was 2020. Since then, he has played 2020. So there have been 3 full seasons since then, and then the start of this one. Since then, he has played in 13 games.
Oof.
So his last full year was awesome, and then he's hurt. And then all the accusations come out, and then he's traded, and then he's suspended. So he didn't play until the last 6 games of the 2022 season. He wasn't very good, 7 touchdowns versus 5 picks. Last year he plays, but he gets injured, 7 touchdowns versus 4 picks. And then in the opener on Sunday, 1 touchdown, and that came late. No, I guess I'm trying to remember. Yeah, it came late and 2 interceptions. He was a Pro Bowl player. He is nowhere near that anymore. Nowhere near that anymore. His career is done. And Raffle says, super happy for Baker Mayfield right now. Yeah, and how about Baker? I didn't see this coming. Goes to Carolina, not very good. Goes to the Rams, has that fun Thursday night game.
You're welcome, everyone. We brought Baker back to life.
He's really found a place in Tampa Bay.
Sean McVay brought him back to life.
I saw a video of like a kind of a behind-the-scenes autograph signing thing with Tampa Bay. And you can tell that there's good vibes on that team.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're playing around with Baker. They're screwing with him. Like there's good camaraderie there. I think this made a huge difference in how he plays too.
I think Baker was a fine teammate. You know, he didn't live up to the expectation. And yeah, he was in a lot of commercials and people got triggered because, man, you're in a lot of commercials, but you ain't paying off on the field.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Will Levis. He's just in that Hellman's commercial.
That should be a lesson for you all. Stop pimping mayonnaise and maybe you won't throw stupid back-breaking pick sixes.
John, how come you're not happy?
What?
Because it's football season.
It has nothing to do with that. I'm just pointing out
He's ready
facts.
for basketball season to return again.
I didn't say that.
He's ready for the cold, crippling winter time.
I didn't. You're the one hoping for cold, crippling
the
winter.
Sun setting at 4:30.
This was you.
Going to
this
an arena.
Was you.
Traveling
Wishing my
to
summer away. This
Providence,
was you.
Rhode Island. Yelling at referees from courtside. That's what John wants in his world, not football in the fall. And the sun still being up at 5:36 p.m.
You've always been a liar.
No, not at all.
Coming up next.
What do we got?
Travis Hunter has a message for all of you Husker fans.
Ooh, this ought to be good.
And gambling and college athletes.
Oh,
Iowa?
I was going to say.
Not this time.
Oh.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
All right, Nick. What's on the agenda today in content?
As we discussed earlier, the Creighton Blue Jays played Nebraska in volleyball last night.
They did.
The Jays had a great comeback, but still lost to Nebraska in 5 sets. When will the Jays finally get their first W versus the Cornhuskers?
I mean, it hasn't happened yet. It's incredible.
Is that the best that they have ever played them in that stage, though, in terms of being at the Bob?
Yeah, because
I would still say it's going to happen sooner rather than later. Then
certainly, Kirsten's got a tremendous program. But I was thinking about this last night. It's a lot like Georgia. If you were doing a football, it'd be like Georgia and Penn State. Georgia is an elite program, right? Always playing for the title. Penn State's a really good program, but it's not at that level, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just hard to get over that hump. It was this was very similar to a couple years ago. Lost the first 2, won the next 2, had the momentum going into the 5th, but then lost. I was talking with Rob Anderson this morning. Someone's actually done some figuring. The team that wins the first set usually wins the 5th.
that's interesting.
Wow.
No matter what happens in sets 2, 3, and 4.
Correct. Yeah, the correlation between sets 1 and 5 is seemingly stronger than 4 and 5, assuming that the team that won 4 was,
interesting,
trying to win 5. It'd be interesting to really dive deep into it, but great environment, and that's a winning machine.
Yeah, I still think it's going to happen sooner rather than later, just because they keep getting closer. And I know that until you've actually done it, you can't really fully believe into it. But again, given that now twice in the last 3 years it's gone to 5, and to do so again in that environment, I think is what maybe is pushing me over the edge. But I also picked them to win yesterday and ended up being wrong.
Dislike Colorado's Travis Hunter all if you wish, but he did have nice things to say about you.
I'll break down the game, Nebraska game. They came out fast. They hit us in the mouth. We ain't had no response. That's pretty much what happened. And Nebraska's a good team, and they beat us fair and square. And we just got to come out and do better. We got to play Colorado football, and that's not Colorado football.
No discredit to the team. Good team. They played good ball. But I want to give more credit to their fan base and the way they got their stadium set up. They give you hell from the time you step foot out your locker room to the time you get to the field.
That environment was top 10.
Yeah, I got to give it to them.
The little light show in the fourth quarter, that was cool too. I ain't even gonna lie, that was a good little show, boy. That fans was loud on third down when you break the huddle, when you get in the huddle. I can't even think to myself how loud it was. Yeah, shout out to Nebraska.
Pretty awesome, man. And we talked about Travis Hunter earlier, how we're fans of him and how we think he has his head on straight.
He does.
We wondered how the atmosphere would affect Colorado. If we needed any more confirmation that it was going to affect them in a negative capacity, I think we just got it. So, pretty cool.
Good job on that video, by the way, Josh.
Oh, thank you, Nick. What a great compliment.
Well, would you look at that? The Royals blanked the Yankees yesterday 5-0 and are now 2.5 up on the Twins. They're going to the playoffs. John, you got anything to say? Would you like to apologize, perhaps?
Why would I apologize?
Oh, not to me. I don't care.
To the Royals fans.
Why would I
to the
apologize?
Royals?
No,
apologize to Josh's wife.
Yeah.
If
you didn't come to our reception.
If you all would have done your David Muir fact checking, you would know that I picked the Royals to go to the playoffs just 3 weeks ago here on this Grum. I told Farron, I said the playoff field right now is locked in. And that included the Royals, for those of you who weren't paying attention. So I don't have to apologize. I never said they weren't going to make the playoffs.
You said they were bad,
so
though.
Nanny, boo.
You said they were stinky. You said they're
No,
horrible.
I never
you said their fans are bad people.
Where's David? David, come in here and fact check this liar.
David
Muir, the fact checker from last night's debate. He was checking facts.
That's an ABC.
Come in here and check facts.
Can you believe that they did the debate on Disney? They put the debate on Disney Plus. It was wild.
Well, they're part of the.
No, I get that,
that's
but
their
Nick, they're trying to get as many people as possible.
I still associate Disney Plus with kids for some reason.
Nick, they associate
Well,
1019.
if you paid attention to the debate, it felt like at times it was for kids.
They 1019 is for music, but yet we show up on Saturday sometimes.
Fair.
Yeah.
Don Van Natta Jr. put out a story today about Robert Kraft's continual chase of a bust at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Why isn't he in?
If you have, make sure that this is this behind the plus? I don't think that this is behind a paywall. I highly recommend reading this story. It's very interesting. It's about a 10 to 15 minute read. So it seems like it's a few different things. One, the controversies that have followed him as an individual person, the massage parlor incident from 6 years ago, and the franchise, Spygate in particular.
Yeah.
But the other part is that he is so needy and everybody knows that he wants it so bad that I think that is turning off some people for voting for him. And there's like a lot of stories in here about various owners. DeBartolo from San Francisco, he got in. Eddie DeBartolo Jr. Obviously, Jerry Jones. Apparently, Mr. Kraft was not very excited when Jerry Jones got in. But it does seem like everybody knows he wants it so bad that I think it's turning off a lot of these voters.
It's a bad look.
It's a horrible look,
Makes it
Sean.
look like he's begging, oh, please acknowledge me. And let's face it, of the three, Kraft, Belichick, Brady, Kraft has always been the least showered with accolades.
Yeah.
Because he didn't play or coach in any of the games. Yeah, he owns the team. Yeah, he hired Belichick. I get all that. But, sometimes you just enjoy the fruits of your labor. Enjoy the fact that your franchise is worth so much and that you turned it from a perennial loser into a perennial winner.
The funny part, too, is
and let the other stuff just take care of itself.
We talked about it earlier this year when that show, The Dynasty, came out on Apple. He was involved. His name, he signed off on it was his production company. And that thing is totally backfired on him.
And it made Belichick out to look worse.
Correct. And it mentions it in the story that the documentary breezes through their second and third titles in 03 and 04. But then it's like, and then bad stuff happened. Let's focus on Bill Belichick. It's a bad look.
Auburn quarterback Peyton Thorne said yesterday that he has been contacted by bettors and asked to put money back in their Venmo accounts because of bets that they lost on the Tigers. A recent study shows that 1 in 3 high-profile college athletes receive messages from folks with a betting interest. Is this making the case that we need restrictions on what we can and cannot bet on?
It's going to make the cases louder.
You talking about for
folks.
like us as regular people?
I'm talking about those who, we have the restrictions here in this state. You can't bet on college games that are competed or contested in this state. In some places, you can't do prop bets on college athletes. I guarantee you this study was done to help fuel the fire to say, hey, we need to, those Dylan Raiola prop bets, we need to take those down because people are now starting to harass these young people when they don't win their bets. And this was the long-held belief, and why Tom Osborne has been against betting from the start is the number of times he would get harassed back before betting was as prominent as it is today about, hey, you guys won, but you didn't cover the spread. So it is interesting that we're hearing these anecdotes, and it's certainly going to fuel the fire. And I guarantee you there's going to be a lot more politicians out there that are probably going to follow suit and put these kind of restrictions on states.
Probably. I mean, I still don't think that this is going to change that type of behavior, though. Maybe it will lessen it because if you don't have as much access to it as you would if you're having to do it behind the scenes. But there's also just too much money into it, and so I don't think that they're going to want to take your ability away to like bet on college games.
No, we're not. But I think they will. I think the momentum will build for these types of restrictions on prop bets and.
You're talking about individual stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad. I must have misread this. I thought that it was just people were mad at him for losing the game, not for him. Not for prop bets on Peyton Thorne.
Yes, but I think it's going to be all encompassing.
Yeah, I wouldn't be.
People are going to look at this study and say, "Hey."
It wouldn't surprise me if some of the prop bets went away with individual players for sure. I think some people never wanted those in the first place. let alone.
Oh, I
win now.
agree. I agree. This is just fuel. for
Reminder
fire.
predictions on Friday where we'll have various prop bets about the game on Saturday.
Yeah, but no one's winning any money off of those.
No, just
all
pride.
all I'm winning is just every week.
Damn it. Damn it.
But Nick did hit the first upset of the year.
Woo! Wow. Congrats to Nick.
He's earned 3 of the 4. Now, I don't really count the first one because he copied off of me because he didn't understand the rules.
Yeah.
but-
It was a confusing thing. I didn't understand.
Really wasn't.
I thought you meant that specific school.
Interesting that
has
Nick
those
tells
same
us about a
abbreviations.
casino every week, but then he was confused.
It wasn't very clear to me what John meant. John
Interesting.
doesn't always say things in detailed ways that are easy to understand sometimes.
Wow.
What, like, pick a game where the favorite is, or the underdog is 7.5 points or greater.
You were using abbreviations, and that's what was throwing me off.
We should go to break.
We should.
Okay.
You guys can talk about this during the break. I'd love
No,
to hear
we
this.
don't need
Love
to.
to hear more of this.
No,
love
you
to hear
don't.
Nick dig his heels in more.
16:20 the zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Man, I just roasted, toasted, and burnt John to a crisp during the break. Thighs and a baked potato.
Oh, wife's working, huh?
Yeah, she always works on Wednesdays. Yeah.
Fending for myself. Don't know.
Oh, nice. Thighs and a baked potato.
No, I had chicken last night.
And you get home too late to do a baked potato.
Yeah, we had the chicken. She did the chicken breasts in the cream of chicken soup. It was just like a creamy chicken.
Yeah, was it
over
good?
Potatoes. It was delicious.
I was invited to a work dinner with my girlfriend downtown. I need to meet her there.
You have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I know. I never talk about her. I need to find parking downtown, though, which is one of my least favorite things to do.
You'll be fine.
I know I'll be fine. I just don't like. It's just annoying.
There's plenty of it. You just use your little app to pay for
Seriously,
it.
it's super easy.
But don't leave your phone on in case dinner gets a little amorous and you turns into a Shannon Sharp situation.
We're not going to Goldberg's. It's not that it's hard. I just hate it.
No, it'll be hard, all right.
Parking downtown.
Do you know where you're going?
Yes, but I don't remember.
Okay. Hopefully it's good.
Well, wait. Do you know? Or you
is it like a sports bar place, or is it like a nicer place?
It's a nicer place.
Are you changing?
Nope. I was told I could wear this, so I'm wearing this.
So it's not a nice place.
It's not a nice place.
I don't think it's like hoity-toity, but I think it's nicer.
Casey's. It's the Casey's downtown.
All
right, we're back tomorrow.
We're doing it.
Todd Furman, need to get to 6 game. Eric Edholm, Robin Washit.
Oh, man, I got to prepare questions.
I'll help.
Oh, man.
Bye.